And we are live! Hi everybody! Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Laffy, good to see, glad to have you. Naray, good to see, glad to have you. Black Flame, good to see, glad to have you. V, good to see, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see, glad to have you. Light, good to see, glad to have you. Storia, good to see, glad to have you. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Danny, good to see, glad to have you. Hee-ho, indeed. And hello, lovely people, says Ray. Yes. Naray, howdy to you. Black Flame, hello. Howdy. Sarah, howdy. Hi. Morning party people, and morning to you as well. Storia, hi. Greetings, having a bad day, so thanks ahead of time for stream. Well, I'm glad that we can be helpful and distracting for you, Raven. Hee-ho! Hee-ho to you as well, Danny. Sorry to hear that you're having a bad day, Raven, though it seems to be going around. It's been a bit of a day for over here as well, but things are good. Things are gonna be okay. I have soup, so that's easy. Infinite, are you also you here currently in chat? If so, we'll announce that stuff in just a second here. But hey, hi everybody. We're back on our quest for Final Fantasy XIV. Today we're going to be doing Urqopacha, and I think we're probably going to be getting to the first dungeon as well, whose name I still cannot pronounce, and I'm not going to try. I'll just call it Ihu until I can actually get it down. First, obviously, we're going to do the Viper Hunt, and we're going to continue our way through. In the meantime, how's the audio? Can I get a check on, can you hear any fans? Can you hear any, how's me compared to the game? Once again, it takes ages to load. Okay, well, Lil, maybe we'll try, based off of the thing you sent before, maybe we'll consider trying that instead of doing the housing because of all the loading stuff you were talking about. How the heck is it sunny on Tuliolo? Yeah. You know, it's eternally sunny. I have a blessing placed upon me. Oh, audio's pretty good. You sound amazing, like always. No, oh, YouTube's taking forever to load? Not the map? Huh. That's weird, Lilm. Does anybody else have that issue, or is it just Lilm? Because I know for you it's repeatedly. But in the meantime, let's get on the Viper Hunt. As them symbol as the sun. Yeah, that's where it's at. That's true. I forgot you can't teleport while sitting. We've got two spots right now that we're debating between for where we want to do, where we want to do the tea tree. We're kind of enjoying that front garden place, but Leon also made an interesting argument for why that back area we had before. But yes, also friendly reminder, sometimes I will miss the messages. But so Elio is SM confirmed. Well, I would just say that the MSQ would confirm that. Oh, it's a VPN thing, okay. So as we'll remember last time we were going on the Viper journey, we were tracking down Iq Soq, which I know I'm not pronouncing right, but I'm going with it. And he killed the guys over in the Shroud, and then we were taking a break. And they were gonna give us some lore on Gelmora and the Twin Adger sigil, and then they didn't, because this game loves lore cucking me because it assumes that most people don't care. And look, I would just point out that, you know, the monk quest in A Realm Reborn, I was perfectly fine with having an NPC that, you know, after you finish quest, if you wanted to read about the lore and learn more about it, you could talk to him and he would tell you all about it. But no, it's not enough to leave an NPC sitting around that I could just chat with and, you know, learn maybe little bits and bobs. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just all the same stuff that's in E1 and E2 and E3, and I may already know that, but maybe, I just want to still know more. Maybe there's a little bit difference in the way that he phrases things, and therefore there's actually a connotation that's given that would allow me to better understand the past. Okay, let's do the Viper quest. Deadberry, good to see, glad to have you. I am having a good day. Yes, it is a good day. Brady's a sedative. Wait, that's Pyorea. That's not what we want. Oh, no, okay. I should have been going to Quarry Mill. Lore blocked twice last stream. It's true. It's true. I came in on a rant. Yeah, no, it just, there was a NPC last time that was like, hey, you know, I could tell you all about the Twin Adder symbol and where it came from. And I was like, ah! And there's like, but I'm sure you don't want to know about that, and just left. I'll go get Elio some calming tea. Infinite, you want to go ahead and toss in a chat and we can go ahead and also explain that before we start up this. Because we have a fun announcement where we have an extra hand for doing moderation now, and particularly in streams, someone who you guys all know from very many both stream and lore book talk and a variant image of many a kind. But yeah, Infinite has joined the moderation team, so yay! Viper would completely different drop quest line as Pio was part of it. Yeah, that'd be true. Yeah. What this is what lore cucking does to a man. Yeah. Let's get the Vipers on the hunt. I had a bad feeling when I woke up this morning, and sure enough, Iq Soq has struck again. Goliath and Innocent Stork are trying to narrow down where it'll appear next, based on reports, but so far, they're coming up empty. I hear Goliath is far over a fall ground float, talking to witnesses. Let's go and see what he's learned. Yes, it shouldn't change too much. Just make sure that I have an extra hand for the streams and elsewise, and make sure that Ray does not have to carry Lion's share of the responsibilities for streams and whatnot. Oh, he said fall ground float. For some reason, I thought he said tranquil. But yes, it'll be a good time. Hopefully, I won't say that we're not looking for any other moderators for any time coming in the future. I prefer to grow the team slowly because you want to be able to make sure everyone's fit and well and know what to do. But especially coming in back to the content creation, there's a good chance that there may be new faces coming in who are not as used to some of the old hats, right? So I definitely won't say that this will be the last announcement like this, but we'll see the readiness with which it happens. Besides, there's nothing scarier than a Lalafell wielding a very large axe. The ban bonker. Thank you for coming. I expect Keshqua was shared some of the details, but it's even worse than we thought. Iq Soq grows increasingly bold, with deadly consequences. For a blessing, the people here remain calm, though we must act quickly to avoid widespread panic. The Adders called upon anyone with information to share, and asked that they gather here. As we requested that any details be reported, no matter how small, we find ourselves somewhat inundated. I'm certain, however, that among the accounts are clues vital to locating our quarry. We can help with that. All we gotta do is ask folks around here what they've seen, right? Yes, that would be most helpful. Perhaps you could start near the Aetherite, while Elio tasks those over there by the bobbing cork. Lala's wielding large axes. I mean, isn't Lala wielding a large axe a real mood, though? Hell yeah. Okay, cool. I got the whisper. I was passing through the North Shroud when I saw a frightful creature with immense red wings. I was a little too far away to see clearly, but it seems to be battling a group of smaller beasts, which it promptly slaughtered before flying away. Oh, also, Infinite, since you're doing this the first time, you want to go ahead and test out Ray's shorthands? I do too, though. She's going to change. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, you've been playing on, what is it? Stut's Bearcat. Going to change the large sword once I get to Heaven Words. Have you just been warrioring it up on the Lalafell Nure? While passing through, I heard some fiend was on a rampage over in the East Shroud. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I saw the people coming through from that direction and the looks on their faces, I decided to stay put. Good thing I did too, or I might have died. Lala's wielding large axes, or as I tend to think of them, that thing my gunbreaker tries not to trip over while doing actual work. The Wallafell Wars begin. I saw it flying over the central shroud. With each flap of its massive wings came a powerful wind bearing the scent of blood. So noxious and suffocating. It was all I could do not to vomit where I stood. Man, I'm sure like a lot of them still are having PTSD after the not Cardinal Virtue, that's Shadowbringers. The Terminus Beast in the Shroud too. I'm sure that didn't help. Everyone's got a story to share, with nothing that seems to point to where Iq Soq might strike next. You do any better? Well, I've got bits and bobs about tales of it flying overhead. North, East, and Central Shroud? Huh. The folks I asked said it was in the south, I tell you. It must be trying to make the whole damn forest its territory. Hold on now. One of the guys I talked to was in the East Shroud. Your witness heard the beast was on a rampage. Mine said he never saw Iq Soq, even though he should have been there all at the same time. That's worth looking into, don't you think? It's a lead of some kind, so it's worth looking into. I'm not saying this is the answer, but you never know where our trail'll take you till you follow it. You ought to go chat up that fella again. I'll take you to him. I'll talk to him. What did it say? That fella again. I'll take you to him. Okay. Reminders. No spoilers. Not that there's much left to spoil. Basically just the bits we haven't gotten to yet. Yes. Subtle allusions notwithstanding. Much charging and yelling at the top of her voice. As I said before, I was traveling the East Shroud on an errand when I heard what sounded like a flapping of enormous wings. A moment later, I saw a wounded animal charging through the brush. It was then I recalled the rumors of a monstrosity on the loose. Realized I was in danger and ran. So a critter was hurt, but still able to make an escape. The only way it could have gotten away from Iq Soq's moons is if the bastard chose to let it go. Meanwhile, our friend here was close enough to hear the wings flapping. He lived to tell the tale. An adventurer traveling alone would have been easy pickings. So why did Iq Soq's moon spare him? He was carrying something that no other adventurer had. All I had on me were some bottles of potions and ethers. But there was one other thing. I carry a potpourri filled with Garabanian wildgrass, an Alamegan custom, in case you are unaware. I was aware. That's gotta be it. Goliath will want to hear about this. I mean, remember the most prominent marauders, Alcazolka, Alala, well, okay, the entire nation of Nim, Lalas, even all the dwarves technically count as, okay. You know what? Fair point. And then Mock, lots of mages. Well, yeah, I mean, magics we expect. The Potato Squad being a bunch of casters is within range of expectation. Mostly war crimes, not so much axes. Yeah, with the Maki. Could you wait here a moment? Keshqua has asked me to verify a theory of his. I shan't be long. It's exactly as you surmised. Most of those who've seen Iq Soq's moons and lived to tell the tale are Alamegan adventurers. I knew it. It's gotta be that fragrance. A lot of animals have powerful sense of smell, and Iq Soq's moon's no exception, which makes it that much more sensitive to odors that it doesn't care for. I'd reckon the beast can't stand the wild grass in these potpourris. It's a potent fragrance, a lot like another kind of grass we got back in Tural. Come to think of it, Iq Soq's moons never went near anywhere that grass was growing. If one man's meat is another man's poison, perhaps the same can be said for aromas. Exactly. And now we know what Iq Soq's moons can't stomach. We can use this information to drive it where we want. It's as good an idea as any. Then it would behoove me to share our discovery with Innocent Soq. Given the information and contacts at her disposal, I dare say she'll help us find a way to utilize the fragrance to its maximum potential. I dare say you're right. In the meantime, we'll head on over to Garabania and pick some wild grass. Yes, by all means. We must do everything in our power to avert further tragedy. Quick guys, what song is this? Many adventurers gathered here are so terrified of encountering Iq Soq's moons that they're considering abandoning the profession entirely. Several are yet fledglings, and they had to contend with a foe far beyond their reckoning. They died before gaining enough experience to even be considered adventurers. Thought of their bright futures being snatched away like that is almost more than I can bear. I actually like this idea because this actually places it not only in an in-universe point, but think about if there was a creature like that attacking new players. They couldn't even level up or do their first quest because they were just getting insta-killed by an S rank that was chasing them down. This is the very reason I joined the Twin Adders, to revenge such senseless death. Therefore I humbly request your cooperation in slaying the dread Iq Soq Zamouj. No need. I had every intention of putting the bastard down in the dirt. To the matter at hand, then. A few moments ago, one of the adventurers mentioned that the wild grass we seek grows abundantly at Pike Falls. Once you've collected enough, let us rendezvous at Quarry Mill. I must warn you, though, the Garabanian is home to some particularly vicious wildlife. Be on your guard. I'm pretty sure Keshqua will be right on. I just had a thought, and Lilm, what do you think on this one? Is part of the reason that we're also seeing some struggle passes on QA probably that the QA team is somewhat split with a lot of its workforce being used towards checking new all graphics updates? Because it's not like, because they're going back and updating, you know, places like for us. I don't know how many of you guys, you know, before we do this, I do want to show. I don't think we pulled this up on one of but if none of you guys have been to the new Footfalls area, it looks amazing. And I love that they updated it because it kind of makes sense, right? People are traveling there from Horizon to Vesper Bay, right? So it makes a ton of sense that that of all the 14 early ARR places, it's one of the places to hit up. Like here. I don't know how many of you guys remember what the Footfalls used to look like, but I spent a lot of time filming in there. And now it's so much more verdant and amazing. Like, look at this. Like, look at all the like water, like, you know, the plant life, and all the ruins have so much more greenery on them. These guys have like actual like texture, greenery, and they even added more, I believe, NPCs to this area, checking it out. There might have always been 3, but I swear to God, I thought they added a couple. So pretty, so fishy. Yeah. Man. On the one hand, I'm sad because I don't want to start filming the entire game until I get to like actually filming it all and putting it on the NAS until we get to around 7.3, because that's when they said they were going to be done. Or at least that's... They said something during NA Fan Fest about that. I'm trying to remember what exactly they said. But there's still so much being updated. Hey V, it's your favorite map. It's all arid and rocky and sand. Hard to say honestly, but very possible. Okay. It was dark and a lot less detailed. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that I like the brightness now, but it's also, the lighting just feels, I mean, I don't want to say naturalistic, but more natural. QA passes they missed in getting Dawn Trail out were almost certainly because they were primarily focused on scale testing, validating the new rendering system, worked on as many system configuration as possible. Okay. Yeah, that I guess that makes sense. Yeah, the fact that their team's probably got to be somewhat split in a way that it historically wouldn't have been. Because not only do you have your content pad checking, but you have your graphical checking. And especially with the graphics update, I wonder how much they had to basically censor people through the majority of the game. Because to make sure things didn't... I wonder what the QA testing for any graphical update for equipment was like. Because I wonder if they checked them only in isolation, or if they had a way to check them through cutscenes, because they're not affecting geometry. There are presumably there's no reason that they should have to check them other than in isolated instances, right? You know, it's funny because we just think of that like as like a bug that you fight, right? But can you imagine if an actual insect that size like leapt at you? What was the period where there were the giant dragonflies? Was it the Carboniferous? They wouldn't have needed to check them in individual cutscenes. Yeah, just different lighting conditions, right? So they probably would have been able to like have a test setup of like 6 or however many lighting conditions they have. Dest! Good to see you, glad to have you. I would die immediately. Yep, you just, instead of fighting with a sword, you just take it to yourself. Also, while you're here, press the like button. Hopefully an uneven amount of times. Oh, and the wetness shader effect, sure, yeah. That ought to do. As much as I'd love to stick around and study the wildlife, better get back to Quarry Mill. Let me see. 80 too big. What do you guys think? Is this too big? Let me look at it. No, because you guys can still see it. I think that's good. That. I feel like if I'm gonna have the text, I might as well make it big. If I want to not have it, I'll just turn it off. I really love that they still use old maps for like story quests when it makes sense. I think you're guilty and I would get along in that aspect. It didn't seem like they checked reflections very much though, given how horrendously unoptimized they were, though they're starting to fix it. Have they fixed like the go further Like, or not, the Yokui eye thing at all. There's a guildie of mine who hates bees and wasps. He hates them so much. I mean, well, like, wait, but bumblebees? Because bumblebees are cute and lovely and helpful. Wasps, I get. Wasps are assholes. I would send my cats to attack the huge bug. They can handle it. I think your guildie and I would get along with that aspect. And Raven wonders why her cats hate her. I can see it all right, but then I am watching this on a giant 32 monitor. Yeah, you gotta wonder on the phone, peeps. Raven throws her cats like Pokemon. Speaking of, you know what I was playing last night to wind down? They released a Pokemon Pocket TCG game, and it's actually been really fun. And then if any of you guys play, you should let me know, because I'll add you as a friend. They included notes on fixing eye reflections. The 7.1 patch notes. It should be fixed. Sweet. I'll definitely look for that when we see the Yokui in the MSQ. Even bumblebees? Bumblebees are great, though. It's like hating bats. Bats are awesome. You've done well to gather so much wild grass as promised. I've called upon Innocent Stork to advise us on our next step. I've placed an order with an alchemist acquaintance for custom-made diffuse pouches, which we may employ to spread the aroma over a wide area while prolonging its potency. We will issue these pouches to twin adder units tasked with driving the beasts into an isolated location of our choosing. Away from civilians, an ideal spot for the final showdown. That's good thinking. Indeed, once the pouches have been produced, the beast is as good as ours. If I may, there is a further request I wish to make. Rather than slaying Iq Soq outright, would you instead be able to capture it alive? Better to understand its behavior. Such knowledge will prove invaluable should predators of a similar nature trouble us in the future. There's a risk we can't afford to take, ma'am. Those hunters of yours tried baiting it with a carcass laced with sedatives, but Iq Soq saw right through their plan. It demonstrated a degree of cunning to rival any man's. Even if we did capture it, it's only a matter of time before it escapes and kills again. There's only one way you can deal with monstrosity like that. Slay it first chance you get. No half measures, no hesitation. Then we are left with no other choice. Pray forgive me for making such an ill-considered suggestion. I shall abandon all thoughts of capturing the beast and instead turn my attention to the procurement of diffuse pouches. You will hear from me soon. Phone is tiny unreadable text if the chat is up, but also sits across the desk far too late. Yeah. She ought to know by now what we're up against. Why even ask? Because she has her own plan. She can't be trusted. I'm glad that our Warrior of Light is just like, no, not even for its, no, nope. I've been through some shit, nope. I ain't the type to guess at folks' motivations. Will she do us all a favor and put her cards on the table? The rich and powerful are rarely so obliging. You got that right. But since us salt of the earth are speaking our minds, then there's a fear in you. But of what I can't tell. Guilt for your thoughts? Never know. I might be able to help. Well, after talking with those adventurers, I can't help but feel a little scared of Iq Soq, and that's all. Anyway, I should return to Gridania and make a report. Spiders are friends. The voice of someone who does not live in Australia. Folks always saying one thing but meaning another. Just when I was starting to believe I'd gotten the hang of polite conversation. Man, catch Clive! As someone on the spectrum, boy do I feel that. I connect with the quandary of just wanting people to say what they mean. I like politeness, I like kindness, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying everyone should be blunt, but I just like... I don't like playing the game. Ain't no forcing the issue, I know. If Goliath has something to say, he'll say it when he's good and ready. So now we gotta wait on those pouches. And who knows how long I'll be keeping an eye on things here. So I'd recommend you get ready to face Iq Soq. Okay, so we got 87, 89, and 90, I'm assuming. So it really only goes something. Did Sage only go to 80? It would help you blend into the background, Black Fame, if you weren't wearing Solution 9 clothes that reflected sparkling in the light. Love it, though. I think so. Okay. How's the song go? Say what you mean to say. Say what you mean to say. Wakes up with a spider legitimately the size of your hand on your face more than twice in your lifetime and see how you feel about it. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, honestly, that's why I don't like silverfish. I mean, I don't think anyone does, but... I almost once sat in a bat house tour as a child. Love bats, but they trigger asthma, sadly. Oh. Me and V were going to build a bat house to go up. You know what? V, I don't know if you're around. You know where would be actually a really great place for the bat house? Is right next to my room. Or right next to the office, where there's the overhang, because it would give them a place, like, it would help even protect them further from the lights. If people think K-bats, remember spiders, yeah. They're very, very cute and fuzzy. One time one ran in my mom's forehead, bounced off, and went buzzing along its way. I also love bats, but there's something that I like to occasionally hang out. But there's some that like to occasionally sleep and hang out on my house. They keep the bugs down really well. Yeah, we have a huge ladybug problem here. Let's eat ladybugs, I wonder? Probably not. Probably mainly focus on mosquitoes and other flying ones. I'll give you that. The only ones I have to worry about are black widows. Keshqua is embodying a mood. Only 10 levels after unlock. Yes, Reaper unlocks at 70 and finishes his job quest at 80. Okay, cool. So did they... And does Gunbreaker end at 60 or does Gunbreaker end at 80? So did that start with Shadowbringers or did that start in Endwalker? Because I know that Gunbreaker was the first time that they did, like... Well, I just want to say the first time, because technically speaking, Gunbreaker, like... And those guys just did wherever they started. Same with Stormbolt, wherever they started, up to 80. Brown Recluse. Ooh, those guys are scary, yeah. Sounds like a job for fire. Equips Black Mage. Gosh, my signal is slow and working. It's delaying everything. Don't worry, Deathbear. Maybe you're a little delayed, but you'll get it eventually. For now, hi. This is Elio from the future. Good to see you again. That's a recurring nightmare. What? Spiders? The blue quest ends. Wow, the blue is... Also, blue was Stormblood, not Shadowbringers, to be fair. So, yeah, so far, yeah. They may update it, and we may get a continuation of that quest in, like, Tural or something. Yeah, I know Gunbreaker has Epilogue at 80, but does Gunbreaker's main thing goes from 60 to 70 and then an Epilogue at 80? Because I know Gunbreaker and Dancer both have Epilogue. I just couldn't remember. You know, I guess there's an easier way to make this really quick. Dancer quests. Okay, yeah. So starting in Shadowbringers, they did the only 10 levels, and yes, the epilogues too. But the epilogues are unique. Oh, Danny, I totally misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were saying that the blue mage quests end at 70. You were saying the blue quests. Like, that's funny. That's funny. Shall we go to Urqopacha then, my friends? I've been waiting for what feels like... It's not Scottish. What the... Wait, should I just do deep voice Pelu Pelu? Because that'd be really funny. I've been waiting for what feels like days, and eaten enough of Brook Evu's tacos to feed an army. What is it that you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urqopacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed a way to Urqopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have the most dependable solution available. Come with me. What an altitude. I still think they probably extended blue, including the same patch that brings Beastmaster in. Yeah, and so they don't end up in a weird split state between the two limited jobs. Either that, Liln, or they do it in 7.2 or in 7.4. I could imagine that they would tolerate it for one patch. Here's my argument for why they wouldn't do it in the same patch. It is much wiser, in my opinion, to split it, because otherwise you're splitting the people doing Beastmaster and doing blue. I think if they updated blue in 7.2, that would work really well. Yeah, Beastmaster in 7.3, guys. So don't forget, you know, for those who don't remember, we still have some of the things that we still have. We have the Cult Crescent, which is going to be the first island in the Shades Triangle exploration zones. Think kind of like Eureka 2.0, Eureka Bosnia Zadnor 2.0. Then we have, I guess in some ways it's Eureka 3.0 since Bosnia Zadnor is technically Eureka 2.0, but they're so different that. But anyways, new exploration zone. We've got Cosmic Exploration, which is going to be like the Diadem, or at least it's going to be like Ishgardian Restoration. Trying to think, Beastmaster in 7.3. We've got more duty support coming from A Realm Reborn, and now we also know, if you haven't checked, duty support. We know that it's coming not only to A Realm Reborn, where we've got Hydaelyn, Sunken Temple of Karn, Cutter's Cries, Mail, and Aurum Vale, but we also have Dusk Vigil, Shisui, and so like the two leveling dungeons that were not already included are now going to be included as well. And I guess technically speaking, that's what's included here is that now all the leveling dungeons will be a part of duty support, which I think is rad. Deep voice for Dominion race will never get old, yeah. It would make sense to work on limited jobs together. Do you think so, Lil? Because I feel like we know nothing about Beastmaster so far, but my expectation is that Beastmaster is going to be so different that working out them in tandem would be a problem, because most of the team that's working on Blue will probably be the team working on Beast, and that they don't have a lot of interchangeability. They're effectively, my guess is, not just working on two jobs, it's like effectively two completely different forms of content. No optional high-level dungeon, though? No, which I think is a good thing. Making everything duty supportable, I don't think is a great idea, because I think that you want to keep some things that people do together. Also, they would have to retune and redo all of the high-end content, which in A Realm Reborn, I think people forget, is a lot of dungeons. Like, there's a lot of dungeons that they would have to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 16 dungeons that they'd have to do. And that's A Realm Reborn alone, right? On top of that, it's good, I think, having the expert dungeons be something that everyone can do together. And on top of that, I think duty support is important for that. The reason that it's good for Shisui and Dusk Vigil is that they're the 51 and 63, right? So you want them in the leveling zone so that someone could actually level the whole way through them. And that's the same with what you got with Aurum Vale and all the other, and Hydaelyn and all the other non-story ones, is that now you actually have a full, you could actually level from 1 to 100 using only duty support and trusts meaningfully and easily without a lot of breaking up, right? Talking to Apello before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave a treacherous, slippery trail on foot. Ugh, why did he have to be alpacas? Oh my, are these fluffy babies our mounts? Did she call alpacas fluffy babies? Oh, Crow, you're so cute. The Pellu all being small is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess their age. I want to read this correct. Oh my! Are these fluffy babies our mounts? Oh my god, Krow's the best. These beasts are sure-footed, that's for sure, certain. The underlying systems they operate on will be the same. Look, you tend to know more about the underlying hardware, or underlying... so I'll take your word for it. Aurum Vale, I just think they'll adjust the bosses in the first room, and that'd be it. Yeah, they really don't have to adjust too much, but we'll see. I was also thinking Tobly has a voice acting in Final Fantasy X, and Pellu are at least partially based on him. You could try to mimic his voice. See, I wanted to, but Tobly's voice is so different, because he's like Tobly's is like high pitched, like it's almost like Namazu, like it's almost like yes, yes. He's almost like fidgety, but I'll adopt it for at least one of them. Alpacas are fluffy assholes. That's what they are, Astoria. May I introduce you to one of our most dependable companions, the alpaca. Nah. These animals can traverse Urqopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yogg-Toral, Eorzean has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, Urqopacha. We're really doing this then? So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from Pelu merchants. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Hey, if it's focused on deals that benefits both parties, I'm all with them, man. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I have made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. Meh. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. In the German edition, they do yes, yes quite eagerly. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride on alpacas to reach Urqopacha, then that's what we'll do. I think a certain Popoto is perfectly happy with singularly beneficial deals.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urqopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urqopacha. I've never actually been here before.
That's so crazy that I think that she had never been. I guess I haven't been part of the United States.
The air is so crisp and clear. Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
Oh, that's a cute nod.
That is Urqopacha, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Toral. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Urqopacha, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places.
Oh, right, I forgot that we had this conversation.
But I should introduce myself. I am Bolnok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Entrenched.
Truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urqopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end.
Man, there are a lot of words that are voiced. I think we're going to be able to create a pronunciation guide for sure.
But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants. Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
I would put that confidence away.
Watchun Pelu's down the path, off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
I mean, she's not wrong. Like, you can see the 8th right clear as a beacon. It's foggy like that. Yeah, it's always foggy. Oh, of course, we come out of the cutscene, it's no foggy anymore. But, yeah. It was foggy like that when I went to Mount Fuji weeks ago. I mean, that sucks on the one hand, Deathberry, but also, that's Mount Fuji. Like, it's, you know. Also, are you currently in Japan? Are you in Tokyo? I will say, it's funny, I didn't get a chance when I was in Tokyo to go to Mount Fuji, but I did get, I took a Shinkansen to, where was I taking the Shinkansen to? I don't remember if it was headed to Kyoto or Osaka, but we passed by, but like the view of Mount Fuji as we were going by on the Shinkansen was amazing. I was also on the top of Mori Tower, which is like one of the taller buildings in all in the Tokyo skyline, which like also, people don't understand how like crazy big, expansive, like, and like the sprawl of Tokyo can be. But the like view of Mount Fuji with the Tokyo sprawl around it, like in front of me, laid out in front of me, and just so gorgeous. I'll see if I can find photos of that and drop them on the Discord sometime. Drop a Sinian and threat and watch the chaos ensue in there. Yeah. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While it may have not the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. The palace crowds were more supportive of her brothers, but Urqopacha's peaceful politics do have their quiet adherents. I could see more buildings down by the path Bull Knock was talking. I wonder what what's over that way. Bull Knock. I need to write down that name because he said his name in voice. Bull Knock. Nope, I was there a few weeks ago, October 26th. I feel like 2 weeks was too early. Nice! Yeah, I was there for 2 weeks, like 5 years or so back. Maybe, wait, actually, how? Oh my god, no, it's not 5 years ago. Oh my god, it's almost 10 years ago. Jesus. It's probably like 8 years ago. Anyways, how'd you enjoy it, Deathberry? Yeah, people who aren't familiar with Japan usually don't get the prefecture thing or how big they are or how many there are for that matter. I mean, honestly, I feel a deep kinship with that with the States. Like, the thing is, Japan is scale-wise way smaller than the States, but I'm so used to thinking about things in like a prefecture or state way, like, because that people don't understand the, like, the difference of variety of the prefectures or like how big, oh, someone just... Someone recognized me from our videos. I just wanted to send them a thanks real quick. But yeah, Japan has what are kind of like states, the prefectures, and how they have really different personalities. Another way to also break it down is just the islands in general. You've got Hokkaido, Kyushu, Honshu, and Shikoku, and then Okinawa. But man, next time I go, I definitely want to spend more time in Hokkaido because I spent a lot of time in Honshu, which is like the main place. Like when a lot of people who don't know a lot about Japan think of Japan, they're typically thinking of Honshu. I mean, that's kind of unfair and untrue, but also it's kind of true. There's some stuff going on in Shikoku, and people know about Hokkaido because of like Sapporo beer and stuff. Oh, nope, we already talked. This is Wanchupelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Urqopacha should arrive before us. Should have arrived before us. That's not. You've come a long way for the rites of succession. Oh, so this means I am exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. But please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is possible. How fortunate then I am to deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler, no? And a nation's ruler should dress her best for adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest ladies, that's right. Come, third Brahmas, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. All right, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Erenville, when did you... Ah, Shitona from a far-off Zaktaral. Northern winters are bitterly cold on affairs. Okay, they have been repeatedly mentioning this. I was noticing it in 7.1, but they didn't mention it. Also, like, there was a recent cold snap, but also, I like that Zaktaral is referred to as, like, it can have cold snaps, and particularly in Shitona and, like, in the north with Yasulani, because as someone who's from the northern part of the Midwest, the northern part of the Midwest and the northern, and has only really lived in the northern part of the United States, I feel seen. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of alpaca wool. No thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course. My shop door is always open. You're not in need of new duds yet, Erenville. Yet. Chikai, good to glad to have you. And also, hey, thank you for the whisper. That was very kind of you. I have to tell you, when people recognize me from the YouTube videos and send me whispers, it definitely is a highlighted day. Now, is that partly problematic because it may be somewhat of due to ego? Maybe a little bit, but mostly, honestly, it just feels like, oh, it's good to know that the videos actually get out and help people, or at least may entertain them. The stream was going. I was doing my hunt marks when I saw you in game. Yeah, glad you could join us. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers, like Urqopacha, fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Erenville's words of caution to heart. I was the token young person in the group, so I had like 20 grandparents counting my grandma on the tour. Honestly, so like, depending on what you like out of going places, frankly, that could be great. Oh, that's really cute, Black Flame. If you like the more toury experience and more touristy experience, being with a bunch of old people on tour with a tour guide would be rad. I personally prefer to go with like myself alone or with one other person and just find things and explore. I also do a lot of prep ahead of time to like look for cool places. But it just depends on what you like. But it's, yeah, it was a lot of fun, but a time of walking a few miles a day, walking every day. Yeah, to be fair, that's going to be, if you're going to Japan, it doesn't even matter if you just staying in Tokyo, you're going to be doing some walking. Not the greaser music. Some great souvenirs. Awesome. That's very. Bet your Pokemon regions, Hoenn and Sinnoh, are the most people I've ever seen of Kyushu Hokkaido. Well, I mean, to be fair, there's also, I mean, 3rd gen is very, like, Shikoku or Okinawa, like, inspired too, I bet. Well, good news, we have a Discord and there's a stream announcement there along with my many friendly people besides. That's your cue. This is my first day, okay. Infinite, if you would be so kind to put in the Discord links. Friendly reminder that we have a Discord. If you'd like to join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. We have all sorts of events that go on there. We've got fun things like we've got maps every Thursday. We run the Alliance Raid every Tuesday. We've got Mount Farms every Saturday. We have Lore Book Club on Fridays, which everyone is welcome to. You do not have to know a lot or be super into lore. But yeah, it's a good place to talk about Final Fantasy XIV and it's a good old time. Don't let Lamachi lose on the market of Ul'dah or Razathan. She'd be broke in a matter of minutes. All the Pokemon regions weren't based on part of Japan until XY. No, technically Unova was based off of New York, I believe. Specifically Black City, and then like the rest of his upstate. So like Unova was America-based, but yeah, 1 through 4, and then America 4, 5, France, and broadly Western Europe for 6. 7, Alola is Hawaii. Sword and Shield, if I'm not mistaken, is supposed to be like Denmark, or at least like Finland and that sort of area. I haven't played. I didn't play 8th, and I have no idea what 9th gen. Someone will have to inform me. I've completely tapped out of Pokemon recently. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do and find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Graal and Alice and I will speak with the merchants. Urqopacha, you and Arenville might try approaching travelers and passersby. Elio, pray return to the waking. Pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the 3rd promise. Unova is a lot greener than the real life New York. Well, okay, but hear me out, Danny. If you only assume Black City is New York and the rest you synthesize in as upstate New York, it works. Also, Lil, very good on the Alpaca. Oh, you know what? There's also huge news. Archer, good to go to have you. Sword and Shield is England, but upside down. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're on the same page then. Speaking of, we have huge news that we need to talk about. And maybe I'm going to take a second to actually show this because there's Final Fantasy XIV Mobile is now a thing. And I mean, it's not out yet, but Final Fantasy XIV Mobile is being released. Now, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? There are some complicated questions, and it super depends on how it goes. But let me show you guys real quick for any of you guys who have not checked it out yet. I assume most of you guys already know. But this is Yoshi P announcing it. The reason that there should be some worry is the people making them are their parent company is Tencent, and that's worrying-inducing. I know, Lil, I agree with your concern, Lil, but this is really interesting because if this goes well, this is a separate client. It's not just 14 being able to take on your phone. However, it is supposed to be a full adaptation with all the story and everything. It's very, very interesting. There's a lot of question marks and a lot of quandaries, but I am curious, and I'm very curious what you guys think on a surface level as a response.
世界中の光の戦士の皆さん、こんにちは。ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。新生ファイナルファンタジー14のスタートから11年、本当に長い期間献身的な皆さんサポート本当にいつもありがとうございます。ファイナルファンタジー14は次なる10年に向けてさらなる挑戦として今回モバイル版の開発を発表させていただきました。こちらはファイナルファンタジー14本体をモバイル用に完全アレンジしたモバイルデバイス用の最新 MMORPG です。アレンジとはいえですね、ストーリーやバトルコンテンツなどその再現には、ものすごい情熱と品質、それらを追求してライトスピードスタジオの皆さんが献身的に開発をしてくださっています。すでにファイナルファンタジー14をプレイしている皆さんも、そしてこれからファイナルファンタジー14の物語に触れてくださる皆さんも、ぜひぜひ今後の展開にご ご期待ください。ファイナルファンタ
I will also point out, if you like Lalafels, you should definitely watch the commercial very closely.
ジー14プロデュースどうぞ。
Honestly, whatever you think of the game, it's a pretty good trailer. Okay, watch this Moogle performance. They fucking turn into Lalafels of all the different jumps and fucking dance. And then, and we fucking, oh my god. Fucking Titan Minion, they're doing a stage play of the fight with Moogles being Lalafels.
Are you there? It's me. Pray return to the waking sands at your earliest convenience.
They fucking ended with a pray return to the waking sands. Okay, whatever, even if this ends up being a trash fire, one thing you can tell the Final Fantasy XIV team is they know their community and they know their fucking memes. Oh my god, that's some good shit. Oh my god. Okay, let's see what you guys have to say. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. Well, I may pick your brain for sure a little bit. It's got a separate game essentially. You could think of it as an adaptation to 14 rather than a kind of a port or similar. Honestly, I think that's a great way to think about it. You're right. Given what happened to Final Fantasy XI Mobile, I won't hold my breath until what we just saw was the actual game. This is actually coming out. You can sign up for pre-registration. The Nexon game was in development hell for years. This is different. But I understand holding your breath, but yeah. Only mobile game I play are Pogo and Master Duel. I might check out this, but shrug. Yeah, well, sometimes I check in Dragon Ball Legends. I can finally get a friend to play who doesn't have a computer if the phone runs it. It should. But the sad is so far it doesn't sound like I could play with them unless I joined there. Yes, you'd effectively have to play it as a separate game. Now, the interesting thing is it looks like it's starting out with the Realm Reborn content only, and also there is not a subscription. It is free to play. So you at least wouldn't have to have it. But effectively, what Lilin said is probably the way to think about it. It is effectively an adaptation of 14. However, Yoshi P did say in a Famitsu article that there is not going to be any or someone said, I think it was, but it was in the Famitsu article that there's not going to be any gacha mechanics, and that it's going to be free to play, but they're going to obviously get their money some other way. And it is starting with the Realm Reborn with the plan to adapt all of the story of the other expansions. Doesn't seem like to be cross-platform. No, it is not an extension of this game. It is effectively the closest you could ever get to a Final Fantasy XIV classic. It's not really, because it's going to have a bunch of stuff from the modern game, but yeah, kind of crazy you can play a PS3 game on a phones now. Dude, we can play, I on my iPhone, I played Resident Evil 4 Remake. The world's crazy, man. I'll have to drain my whole battery in 15 minutes. If anyone actually is interested in trying out 14 Mobile when it comes out, don't want to deal with battery issues or screen size, I would recommend trying out BlueStacks. Yeah, BlueStacks is great. Itty Bitty Titan is adorable. Prey, Mega Charming trailer. Wasn't that Heaven's Word Mentalities? Well, see, this is what's interesting. Thank you, Blackfang, for pointing out. This is what I want to take a real quick second to point out. That is the voice from Infilia from 3.4 and Shadowbringers. Now, maybe they just hired her for a day and just got her to do those voice lines. But one thing that's interesting is that that could imply that they are revoicing, if they are doing voicing, they are revoicing all of Realm Reborn for Final Fantasy XIV Mobile with the current cast and crew. Now, the thing is, if they're doing that, then transferring that over and making the Realm Reborn English, the current Arkham version changed. I don't know. It's some super copium. If we want to take the other, maybe less hopeful and optimistic trait side of it, Lil was pointing out to me that is something where they could have done this or made a deal to use voice replication AI. So the problem with that is that typically, I don't know how they would, them being able to do that without having it in a contract with that person typically would be sus, but yeah. Tencent are notoriously predatory and the game is free to play with no gacha. They're going to get their money in any other way they can. Yeah, the only thing that gives me hope is that it being specifically supervised by Yoshi P and Creative Business Unit is the one thing that gives me some hope. But yeah. Read the first part. So I'll say this. I can guarantee you will have ads with paid option to remove them. Probably a premium membership thing. So just keep that in mind. Yeah. I mean, if that's it, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. You have to understand the thing scrolls up, not only scrolls up fast, but also you have to understand that like a lot of times there's the same pattern of messaging. So it's hard to see. Yeah. What a wild way for the wish to be fulfilled if true. Yeah. I emulate GameCube on my phone so they can handle a lot these days on mobile chips. Yeah. A lot these days on mobiles. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying Final Fantasy. I'm not saying I played Resident Evil 4. I played Resident Evil 4 Remake, a PlayStation 5 game on my iPhone. It was crazy. Yeah, if I ever miss it, you can just tell me to check back up, and I will. Just know that I will probably miss things sometimes. The Dawn Servant Elector. Ah, I thought you were the new face in town. Here for the rites of succession. I take it? I don't much care for who sits on the throne so long as the keeps Tobly are peaceful. Some people tend not to be in mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. I'm okay, thank you though. Oh, right, yes, you were asking about the elective business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I had heard there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobly, could probably tell you more about it, yes. Square Enix track record with mobile games has been shaky at best. True. How many FF mobile games have you seen come and go more than you remember? I'll tell you. True. I would point out that some of their ports have been okay. Some, not all. And that there is a new form of leadership since most of those things were created and came out. I'd also point out that I think the important thing is not that I don't trust Square Enix. I trust Yoshi P and Creative Business 3 Unit. What are they? Is it just Creative Business Unit now? Is the 3 dropped or Creative Unit 3? I forget what they changed it recently, but I trust them, and Yoshi P does actually have a position of authority and power, particularly not only being on the board, but basically being a lot of the moneymaker for them. Yeah. Tech is nuts, and yet looks at the Switch. Come on, get better friends. I mean, to be fair, the Switch is kind of amazing for what it does for an almost 10-year-old console that was a somewhat out-of-date touchpad, tablet for the time. Like, just to be fair. Like, yeah, the Switch is long in the tooth, but it's kind of impressive what it can do. Electors, oh yes, Electors, oh, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zeralja. The first promise wins. They'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Yeah, but if you go conquering people aren't gonna have money to buy your goods, dumbass. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking. So I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No. No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you you're not a supporter of Zeralja or his policies. Yeah, no fucking shit! I mean, paying premium membership to not have ads is just like a subscription, the way we play games on PC. And speaking of subscriptions, this is YouTube. We're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Pay $1, get access to all sorts of emotes, like these fun gobbies. There will be a delay between me saying that, but you get the point. Welcome. If it's an alpaca you need, then look no further. Before we get you settled up, I'll need to add your name onto our register. It'll make things smoother the next time you need to ride. FFXIV's had a pretty good 9-year run, all things considered. Even that's gonna get the axe soon. Yeah, well, I mean, the funniest thing is them canceling a game that got canceled in America the day before they announced a crossover event for 14. Like, that is particularly funny. I'm pleased to report that my stall is open for business, though I do not accept Palogil by Call Gemstones. I'm most welcome. These are the gobbies. Double berms! Thank you, Infinite. Congrats on the first shield. I could explain detail, but it'd take like 20 minutes long in YouTube chat, and I'm not doing that, yeah. Look, Lil, I appreciate the information you provide, and I also don't mean to be led to dismiss you out of hand, but I do think that, like, between the two of us, I try to have a slightly more optimistic outlook. Hello there, I am Mablue. Did you have a question for me? Yes, did you happen to know anything about the right of succession? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. It happened to a visitor buyer not so long ago. Tobly, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobly noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Ah, okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I've been on a binge of like reading a lot about hardware stuff and how hardware solutions for the N64 and PS1 were done. And there's some fascinating ways in which they like, the ways they got around problems with those things is half the time it's a terrible solution, but the other half of the time you're just impressed that they found one. And then some other times it's just incredibly elegant. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost brought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets. And there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobly is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where the head ledger of theirs is to be found. Happens to be Tobly. Really? He's also the head rancher. Well, this Alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. Hey, Ray, you around? Dawn Trail MSQ. How is Urqopacha on cutscenes compared to Kozumaoka? Pretty much the same. That's cute. You have you guys' background. That dressing. Yeah, we'll probably get to Iq. Do they ever say the first dungeon's name out loud? Because I swear to God, I need it said out loud for me to practice it. Also, how's the stream's quality currently for you guys? I'm testing because I want to see if I can push the bitrate even higher. Right now it's already at 20,000, which is quite high, but that's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. No, not to say that I'm scared, of course. Kali. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobly? Tobly? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobly often mentions he is favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might just let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobly a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobly. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Okay, but I have 30 million gil. Can I do it? Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Like blowing in a cartridge. AC, good to see you. Glad to have you. Looking for Toblerone. See, I wanted to make a Toblerone joke, but I couldn't figure out how to make it. I guess we could have made the joke about like Tobly and the mountains and like in the mountains of Toblerone. Picture looks great on my screen. Going strong, but the text is sometimes get smushed. It's good on my 720p. Normally people, real quick, Mirror Infinite, one thing you could do is try checking the gear icon, see if it's set to 480 instead of 720. Sometimes manually setting it works. 30 million, that's rookie numbers. I'm at 30 million because I bought multiple gold mounts. And also that's just 30 million on Elio. I have more on, but you're right, 30 million is rookie numbers. Political donations need to be pre-approved by the Wing of Reflection. Well, obviously I'm not Tobly. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out yourself who Tobly is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Ugh. Am I Tobly? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? Looks good to me. Shame I had to turn it down while watching on my tablet work as the cell tower camp is overloaded. It's not good for watching the stream. Yeah, that's a bummer. But thanks for joining in either way, Shikai. Also, I just read your full Shikai the blueberry health. Your fucking pictures. Is your do you play an Eorzean? Like, do you play like a Duskwhite that's like blue tinged? That'd be hilarious. Me here struggling with Gil. I really need to go back to dailies and save up. Dailies, crafting, like there's tons of ways to earn Gil in 14. Tons. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movement slow and deliberate. I'm just like trying to figure out how to, like, Khajiit has wares, but with Pelu Pelu. Ah, the Pelu Pelu has wares if you have shinies to trade. If you have Pelu Pelu have wares to trade. If you have Pelu Pelu have wares if you have Pel to trade. Yes, challenge logs. Yep, challenge logs are a good way. At the very least, they're a good way for XP. You think I might be Tobly? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in the village, none have reared more alpacas than I. To be fair, the Diligent Ranch Hand is the only one who actually mentioned anything pungent. Oh, that's cool, Black Flame. Oh, that'd be a great handout, handing out the air wheeler as for contest reward. Maybe we'll have to do that for our next glam contest. Should we do it? You guys feeling doing a Christmas glam contest this year? I know we didn't do a Halloween one, but we could do a Christmas one. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. I'm gonna go with Diligent because he's the only one who mentioned anything of scent. I think Diligent because he mentioned the alpaca spit. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip off the mask of our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. Oh, that's funny, Black Flame. Wait, is it really untradeable? I thought for sure I saw people selling it on the marker board. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobly, head ledger of Urqopacha, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Glul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! A place featured in Tuliala Saga, just as we thought. No, I know you buy from a vendor, but I thought, couldn't you trade the whistle? I swear to God you could. I'll check it. I was right to trust in your instincts. I'll wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobly. I am glad that she did. Would you have been a pity had her bid ended here? Voiced.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
Zeralja. Right, I forgot. Kuzumaoka kind of further introduces the cool Jaja, whereas this Urqopacha introduces Zeralja more.
Zeralja?
I guess Kozumaka also does Kona.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
Can I point out that Zeralja has a higher voice than the fucking some of the Pelu?
You're Tobly.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one.
I love that you can see the actual, like, weave thread count and everything.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
What a fucking... Bring out the example! Oh, definitely. Yeah, Skyward Sword for sure. I definitely see that.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
The little monster spat on me! That stinks!
What a fucking vocal performance.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Oh, she didn't scream before the patch? Oh, interesting.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed.
Yeah, please do, Danny. Let me know.
We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
Legendary, good to see you, glad to have you. And you also
The
confirm?
task
Cool.
is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
V, that was so funny. I literally reached over right as you pinged me. That was really funny.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Hey, look, it's two of the primary antagonists for the entire expansion.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Interesting. We should keep an eye out. I wonder what other lines got re-recorded. There isn't like a list of them anywhere, right? Or did someone on Reddit make one?
Are you all right, Urqopacha? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Oh, Aaronville.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Yeah, straight up Big Brother Aaronville. Yeah, that is some sibling energy. Let me catch up on you guys. Sounds like an exceptionally good idea when I'll be traveling around Christmas. Okay, so a lot of you guys are definitely down for a glamour contest. It'll be, especially, I think one of the reasons we'll be doing it is we'll probably do it on like the 23rd or 22nd. Because I know a lot of people are traveling and stuff, so don't worry about not coming, but I know a lot of people don't have somewhere to be for the holidays or can't be with their family, so it's definitely something to do. Also, we'll have the Chaotic Alliance raid on the 24th, so. And by how marks make the Bills hunt board, do them for XP, but the Gill is nice, it stacks out of nuts. Yeah, the nuts, if right now you have a level 100 Miner and Gathering, or you could get one really fast, get them up really, really fast. Right now you could be gathering orange scripts and getting mount tokens that you can sell for like, they're probably going for at least 200 to 300,000 right now, and you will sell them pretty regularly. You get clusters in exchange for materials that you can sell for Gil on the market board. That too. That was the minion. Nope, it was from the vendor. The amount is tradable. Yeah, the amount is tradable. The amount is tradable on the market board. It's just that you people sell it for like 1 million extra. But what's cool is that even if you're in a Realm Reborn, if you had that Gil and you weren't at Dawn Trail yet, you can still buy it. Yeah. Tobly has the same energy as Japanese Yu Hase. His voice is so mature for his size. Why doesn't Zeralja wear any pants like Mablue? I mean, he's got a loincloth. Also, look, Zeralja, of all the people to want to like just let it hang out, I buy it. Pants restrict movement in combat, I would assume. Fair. They don't wear much about the waist. The music always gives me Zelda's Skyward Sword. Oh, the Reddit scene, Urqopacha didn't scream like before. Everybody, yeah, we've confirmed that for sure that the scream wasn't there before. Like Groose and Girami. Sorry, I don't. Oh, I see you're referencing Skyward Sword. Big Brother. Patch notes only said they redid the lines for self-a cutscene. It's not explicit. Why? We know that they did Y'shtola because of recording quality. Be pretty sad if there isn't a list on Reddit, because people on Reddit do only two things: make lists and have bad takes. You're not wrong. Well, you have all your first time live streams still up, right? So you can comb through those and check. No, because I didn't stream the first time. This is the first time I've streamed it. When I played through the first time on Lendriel, I played for myself in solo so that I could experience it, you know, without people watching, so that it could be fresh. Thanks for the advice. I'll try to get another 100 then, yeah. How would you make 8 million in A Realm Reborn? How would I make it? I did make 8 million in A Realm Reborn. How did I make 8 million in A Realm Reborn? I did crafting, I did dailies. How did I make how did I make money at that time? I don't remember how I made money. Probably want to hoard combat materials until patch 7.2 when the new pre-raid crafting gear drops. Yes, though, to point out that you still got months until then, so you could start hoarding later. But yeah, depending on if you would need money now. I did say remaining calm was key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. So this is our sought-after elector. Zeralja puts me in mind of Garlemald's own exalted son. Of the two though, Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. Judging by the volume of Urqopacha's screams, Alpaca expectoration must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. I've done my duty and assigned the claimants their feet. The rest is up to them. I had to go and wash the nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The stench ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Look, guys, writers, you wrote that you wanted us to smell Urqopacha. That's on you. 300 rank 11 savage materia. I'm gonna make bank. Yeah, that's definitely a plan. That is another plan. Building up materia right now. If you do a bunch of hunts and you build up materia from that, you could make a bunch of money on patch 7.2. Please sniff my face is a very normal, well-adjusted thing to ask. Good way to hoard materia is the last expansion, hunt trains. You have a ton of it after a few, yeah. I should start doing. Oh, I can't do hunting trains on Elio yet because I need to be caught up. As Urqopacha helped demonstrate, the Valley alpacas are wary of people getting close enough to catch one. To catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With a proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful! Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten why we are a clan of merchants? If you make a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and to make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Urqopacha. I use that kind of coin just to repair. I mean, look, I will give it to you. I will give you 10x what they're asking for. Converting the guild, that comes to around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. Oh, wait, okay, wait. Converting to guild, that comes to, oh, right, because it's right in 10. But it's still 1 million, that's still nothing. Yeah, but we don't have to have Pel. We know we can use Gil. They say that, AC. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money. Somehow. In that case. That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the settle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can handle 100 pel, turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got confused with Alfino's 1 million gil. Yes, I know, you're right. As a player, it's not reflected. You're right. I'm not sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again. Mablue. I work here at the ranch as a ranch hand, but I also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Urqopacha goes along to capture her Alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablue. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. When Mablue's gone, I'll need extra hands to tend the alpacas. Gladly. Although, Elio, I think you should go with Urqopacha. You've seen the markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. We'll see. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I don't do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Elio anyway. The better to keep my hands free. Compels you. To begin with, I suggest we try trading the wool to Hydaelyn, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. Hydaelyn. Play too much Dark Souls. Abel. Will current expand hunt trains give you the current clusters to exchange them? The yield is much greater than just getting them from nuts. Yes. Yeah, that's the main reason it's better to hunt. Then, I mean, also you get work towards getting the title of the Endless Hunt. I have questions. Infinite, if you would be so kind as to do some of the Linky Loos. Reminds me of Seekers of Hydaelyn. There you also trade in different currencies from Gil in this case, Bailed. I didn't know that, Danny. That was not one of the things I knew from 11. That's super cool. And as we know, Dog Trail's got a lot of 11. A lot of 11. Honestly, I think it'd be a genuinely interesting conversation to say whether it has more 11 or 9 in it. Particularly now with the Alliance raid. Probably 9. Because even with the little Jaja and stuff, like the amount of Alexandria stuff that's just straight 9, and the amount of bosses. We're even going to see a 9 enemy today. Is it really possible to make 100 times what the wool is worth just through trading? Ooh. Something I can do for you. We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you pay for it? With this fine basket of alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover for the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal, I'd like to nurse a cup of day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff, and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zralja will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything, less than my asking price. We're gonna commit genocide, but I'll get to sell all my stuff! It's not genocide from their standpoint, it's conquering. Can't say that I blame him. I know for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Palu pray for your victory, Urqopacha. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. I wonder if that's relevant to this story and to real life. Still, others are unsatisfied with the quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They become obsessed with the innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Hydaelyn, convinced that the first promised plans for conquest will afford them opportunity for great profit. But what about you, Mablue? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Urqopacha ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I'd win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle makers want is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pella from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. Why don't switching between the pella and her is hard for some reason. I may not have heard a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tuliolal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for the 10,000 pell jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration, so let us first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it, right? What about the Hrothgar we met earlier? Of course! The Weaver Bucknog was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy the wool. God damn it, now I've got that stuck in my god damn it, right. I think I remember the direction he was going for now, but let's head back to the road where we first met him. This confirms Zoologist supporters really don't know the man that well. I mean, who really does, really? Even his siblings don't. But like, no, I mean, to the point, like, I mean, I don't even know I would say they don't know him that well. I mean, yes, they don't know him that well, but also, I don't think they care. As long as he's will be a conqueror, which, I mean, things go out differently, but if he had become the ruler of Tuliolal, he could have become a conqueror for Tuliolal and, you know, done what they wanted to. I mean, my foot has gotten to know his butt pretty well. Who does at this point? Kryle due to Echo. I mean, but even then, she doesn't know him that well. She just feels some of his emotions. Like 1 out of like 10,000. And Kryle only just got here, yeah. Urqopacha seems to have gone a bit, yeah. This is the spot. After Bolnak talked to us, he walked off to the south. God, no, it's in my mind, right, damn it. Then he was probably going to Iq Inn. Most visitors of Wanchupello end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Iq Vlogs. You're like the freaking Skeletor meme, Ray. Would he ever have let them know what, I'm assuming what the issue was? The issue? You mean, would Zoologist have ever communicated with them what the actual problem was? No, I don't think he knew how, right? I mean, as we see, like, multiple times, I feel like you see multiple times, he's unable to connect emotionally, right? He's unable to be honest with himself emotionally. All good, I understood what you mean. Okay. We meet again. But wait, weren't you all on your way to Urqopacha? Can I have the basket, Elio? Thanks. Now let us see. Now let us see. Thanks. Now let us see if we can turn a profit. Oh, why do I keep going? I'm just gonna power through it. Bolnock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise. You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tural is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve the peace, within that peace to win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bolnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Lord Promise. May fortunes bless your future dealings. Can't believe you quintupled your investments with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Elio remembered our Reaver friend, all I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you instinctively master. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel to a poncho and trade it for something else even more valuable. Here, Elio, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Arendelle would never let me hear at the end of it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Oh, dude, we got pizza tonight. Sweet. Oh, I forgot that there was like an actual thing. I haven't seen it. Well, no, I mean, hold on to hope. I would say like it's still early in it. Is it true, by the way, you get the mount after the like first like full like level up? And if so, does it seem like there's going to be more rewards after it, or are they just making the rewards very front loaded? I haven't been doing them on Len because I want to do them on Elio. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. Any individual urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? Well, they could be cold, or they could have a fabulous sense of style. It's a nice, sturdy poncho, but the design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of its appeal. So only those people with a practical need would be interested. Wait, that's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin in search for our prospective buyers? There are any number of places we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. V, didn't you say you got them out already, or did you miss it? It was still third level? Who needs a poncho? A lot of Mablue Jaw hardly wear anything to begin with. Hey, to your guys' earlier point. Wait, so if you already got it at third, you're not at third rank though, so that can't be it. I'm so confused. Those are probably lance guards or sellswords. Mablue Jaw who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much about the waist. It hampers their movements. You're at 5 already? Oh, well, I guess, I forgot. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks. It's been 2 weeks, so I guess that makes sense. I have the mount on both. I'm gonna respect it. Okay, it's respected though. Respect it. Respect the pouch. Respect the mount. Respect it. So even if they are bare shoulders, mammal jaw carrying arms can be struck off the list. So also, yeah, you guys were right. It hampers their movements. Okay, so that Dopro is a fighter. That Hubigo doesn't look like he's a fighter, and you already have a poncho, so talk to the Hubigo. Let's see. Not a coat or a cloak. Also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. Yes, yeah, we talked about it yesterday, V. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by a beast on the way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Turiolal, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. No, it's all good. But yeah, it literally is rinse travel HD, and I'm glad you now understand it, because you played 10 when we were on the cruise. What a splendid poncho. This would be a perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. Are there any... Can you guys check from the, from the supplier or anything? Are there any particularly interesting rewards other than the Ohokaili and the mount? The blades look sharp and the heft well made. I'd value it 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh-ho! From 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Mablue's mate garden, for one. Our field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Mablue's mate garden we go! Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm types, right? Beats me. We'll find out. Nemo was a quest reward at the get-go. Oh, I only have a music roll, mountain minion available. Okay, so there's nothing really new in terms of the rewards. They're just pushed up a little bit. Cool. Which honestly good. The hat is for finalizing the Pelu cosplay. Minion, mount, backpack, fashion accessories. Oh, it's a fashion accessory hat. The Pelu hat is a fashion accessory specifically? Okay. Okay. Yeah, riding an alpaca to catch an alpaca. If you want to catch an alpaca, you gotta ride an alpaca. Oh no, it's the Pelu backpack. Okay, I see. Well then, recognizing the toolmaker as a potential customer, if you mind to change your profession, you'd make an excellent merchant. Well, I am quite a smith. Before we get moving, you should be one to hold it. You should be the one to hold this. I curse you, Ray. I curse you all. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas. Mablue has so kindly provided. We're just dealing with Irish Urqopacha today. Ready to go? Let's mount up. And it's off to the Mate fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tural? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Worker Zormer, wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands beyond belonging to the Yokui. I forgot to attune! Ah! No, that's on you guys at this point. So Mablue, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for rance work? No, I love it. I love working with the alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming settle though, then it'll be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you better get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. Yeah, maybe after we finish up this part, Loom. Speaking of tea, you can join the TFC. Come join us on Crystal Curl. We would love to have you. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpaca back to the Eorzean, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you'll understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobly took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them. Yes, and everyone's worked hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet, here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the Feat of Gold. As is its mate's harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets that add to that Urqopacha's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. The Mablue herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to the bargaining. No, probably not. He cheated death by exploding the airship twice, surviving getting eaten by a shark and a lot less. I mean, honestly, with how much he survived, who knows? Who can say? Trying to go and drive home from work. Sounds maybe joining makes sense. Sounds good. Hope you have a great day. You too, Deathberry. Glad you could join in. You have that little axe from me. Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Mablue, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have in offer? This hatchet, I forged by a seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work for your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pelle in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. The deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Mablue, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. V! Thank you for the 10 Eorzean Archons memberships. Everyone enjoy your emotes. Yukio, Voltaire, Vincent, Enian, Edel, Nemesis, Neovella, Mimi, Horizon Blade, Anthony the Bear. All of y'all enjoy your emotes. I know Voltaire and Yukio will be particularly pleased. I wish you could, like, make sure it was only people currently watching. Unless all those people are currently watching. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back to on our connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in Third Promise's good graces. Surely that's a worthy consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe including farming, and I will no longer have need for hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Urqopacha. That is why I prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in the harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kono's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to dip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? Raven, enjoy your Archon. 24 months. Oh my god, 2 years? You can rest here if you like, Mablue. Elio and I have a matter together. Oh, no, I'm helping too. Off to the field then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. It says 24 months. I think they also need to be eligible to have membership since it's not available in all countries yet. Right. Don't you? Am I crazy? Do you have to like turn on eligibility too? I forget. 2 years. It's really a wonder you have any job stones left. I've got plenty. Right back to. Oh no, they're all gone. I think it's in your 2 profile settings. Yeah. So if any of you guys want to be able to randomly get Archon ship from V or elsewhere, make sure to turn on your available to receive gifts in your YouTube options. Oh, cool. You got a prompt, too? Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. Toss a pelt. Oh, toss a pelt to your Pelu. Oh, valley, oh, plenty. Okay, what, how can we make it more? Oh, valley of mezcal. No. A friend of Thrall. Of all Thralli. Dude, I had that on Beat Saber. I had Toss a coin to your Witcher on Beat Saber, and it was rad. I need to get out my VR. V, do you happen to know where the VR was packed up? Was it just packed up with the other tech stuff? I wasn't sure Meeple would bite, but it goes to show that you never know until you try. What songs you don't have on Beat Saber? I don't have every song from Final Fantasy XIV. I wish I did, because I should check to see if the last time I checked for like downloadable custom songs was like 2 years ago. So I'm sure there's a lot more now. Which glam would be perfect for Viper? I mean, presumably the Viper cloak. You have brought me some leaves then, yes? A sizable pile of freshly harvested maple leaves. An accessible harvest. We'll see how your companions fare before I make any decision, though. You could say right now, with my failure to voice it correctly, I'm being a little bit sloppy. Oh, actually, I asked if he was like, she could grab me a code red from the store, and I accidentally turned on caps locks halfway through. So I go like, "Hey, can you nab me some code red while you are out? I'm gonna have a hankering." Here, we have brought our shares as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine, after adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet. I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaf. Premium mate! Brought it to the shop. 1 sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutual agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Irish. What a slope. Hey, capitalization of letters. Yeah. Hey, I went water, but I want it to be bad for you. I mean, I love Code Red. I also cannot stand the taste of water, so. Mablue, what's wrong? As I was saying before, even after everything Tobly's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobly to accept my decisions then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Water absolutely tastes like something. Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expected of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace and become Dawn servants, and Dawn servants happens to be the best way to do it. Jesus Christ. You should have a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobly had the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than to worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? Why would you trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight to the premium mezcal. Okay, it's because I gotta go back instead of forward in my throat. Bargain our way into a double the value, eh? Think you can do that? Trust me, I'll make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Yes, yeah, exactly. Even clean bottled water, even filtered water, I have a hard time with all forms of water. I hate it. I wish I could just drink water and love it, but I struggle with it. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoraja? There it is, keep that. No one against Kona and Zoraja. No. I mean, of course I am. I am Wuglamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Okay, don't fake it. Don't try to fake it. It is really interesting. There are some really interesting parallels between Wuglamat and Snow from Final Fantasy 13. If you're drinking water from bad sources, sure. I mean, like, I have the source up here. I mean, there's a lot of tannins in the water up here, which I don't like, but that's not my issue with it. Delicious, delicious nothing. BF, like, adding stuff like propellant to water. I can't deal with, like, propellant that stuff because it's like bad taste plus it's like when you spray Febreze over poop. It's like you can still smell the poop, it's not just you got a hint of lemon butter over it. It's a good outlook. People sometimes forget the RP part of RPG that 14 is. Presumably how good you want them, their character. Oh, wait, see. How good of an advisor would the Warrior of Light be like Azem was? Presumably how good you want them to be. They're your character still. Yeah, I would say within the canon, from the few things that are defined somewhat about the Warrior of Light, I would say the Warrior of Light would be a pretty good advisor, particularly to the fact that effectively we are one to an extent throughout Dawn Trail. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. Yeah, chocobo. Ready then? Our next stop is Mezcal Distillery. No more once upon a time. Oh, buddy, if I could actually fully define what my Warrior of Light says and does outside the limits of the game writing, they'd be a goddamn menace. Yukio, good to glad to have you. Hey, Yukio, while you were gone, just before you joined in, V gave out 10 memberships and you got one, so you enjoy your emotes. Military advisor, social advisor, or monetary advisor? Yes. You're creating a delineation that I do not think is necessary. Okay, Can I ask a weird question? I like Urqopacha. I like Kozumauka. I like how much like wider they feel as maps. Like it feels like you can see long distance. That's one of the things I like about Shaloni. How do you guys feel about the maps in Dawn Trail? Because I like them, and the reason I don't love them has nothing to do with technical execution. It purely has to do with like personal preference. But I'm curious if I'm like way off base. Because, how do I put this? Part of my issue with like 4 of the 5 maps is how naturalistic they are. And then with the other 2, it's how non-naturalistic they are. I mean, honestly, I like Heritage Found and even I like Living Memory. Like, I don't mind, I like Living Memory, I like. Also, can I point out, I know slight spoilers, but like, when was the last time we didn't end an expansion in the remnants of civilizations lost to time? Because other than Stormblood, that's literally all of them. Thank you. Kind of random, but I got a nugget and one looks like a heart. Oh. Now I want nuggets. The locks. Well, but, see, I was gonna say about Stormblood, but here's the thing, Danny. What happens in the locks? Do you know what the locks is? It is a city built atop the ruins of Scala that was destroyed in the 5th Astral Era. Endwalker, Ultima Thule. Ultima Thule is literally nothing but the remnants of destroyed civilizations, AC. Like, literally, that is all Ultima Thule is. Of civilizations lost to time and destroyed, yeah. But you have Scala underneath here that was flooded by water, and not even in the patch content. In the non-patch content, you have that explained to you. So even the locks as a map has a major segment that is about a civilization lost to the time. Just saying. I think the heart nugget would not stay fresh, but thank you, Raven. Oof, the smell of mezcal is overpowering. The smell of mezcal. Okay, that's it. Where is it? Oof, the smell of mezcal is overpowering. The fumes alone are making me dizzy. Stop being. It's like that freaking meme from Parks and Recreation. Stop pooping. It's like that, but it's like stop being Irish. No. We're talking about new maps, AC. We're not talking about where we end the expansion. We're talking about the like final maps. Also, Mordona falls into that pile, kinda. Yeah. Well, no, because I was about to say kind of because of I was thinking Revenant's Toll, but no, you're right. I mean, with the remnants of Alag that are found, thanks to no, you're right. Huh. Literally, even a Rummerborn's doing it. Crazy. We'll want to speak with the man by the name of Gobly. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as the master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we are to convince him to trade for twice what he leaves are worth, we are going to need a targeted information that means asking around and taking in gossip. If you could talk to people here in Distillery, Elio, perhaps Urqopacha could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll to the north side and see what I can learn. Oh, V, you're AFK, right? I think V's away from keyboard. If that's the case, Infinite. I think we're gonna make it to the dungeon tonight, so be ready to start getting 2 other people together. Warrior of Gossip, that's us. There's not much I can say about Gobly, but I can tell you what Gobly's been saying. The other days he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, thus driving up the price of this product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it's done. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you cannot keep making the thing that they love. I mean, AR doesn't really have a final map, is the thing, right? So, like, Dr. L is my favorite map for Dawn Trail. Any particular reason? I really appreciate that half of it is a Final Fantasy X reference. Me? I am Chief from Juliolal. I come here to buy Gobly Mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customer. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I cannot handle this stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would not be nice to have a less potent refreshment during such conversations. Else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. The Blue Forest and the music. Yeah, the Octal Forest. So, Sheikai, have you played Final Fantasy X at all? I don't think the final map of Dawntrail ended in ancient ruin. It ended in the ruins of a civilization lost to time. Absolutely. Absolutely. The ruined remnant of a civilization lost to time. Just because there's some still truth about it does not mean it wasn't lost. If you don't get a DPS, I'll jump in. Sounds good, Raven. Might be a little sloppy. Gobley might be adept hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to a palace for business and negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out on sun perch. It's no solution 9, but if we're talking outdoor zones, yeah. I don't think I'm in-game and available if needed, but I'll defer for other folks. Okay, thanks, Lom. I've only played the first 45 minutes of 10 on Switch, but I know of the forest being referenced. Yeah, Macalania. Yeah, I only say that because if you really like Yoctal's forest, 10 basically has literally the exact same forest, but I'd argue slightly better. I'll pull up the references as we see them as we go along. Meeting at the tree. Yes, meet at the tea tree. Yeah. Meet at the normal tea tree because we still haven't decided which tea tree we want for Tural yet. So what did you find out? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Mostly that he tries to get everyone drunk and also doesn't have really any sense of decorum. Oh, we could use all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as done. As for me, I found out whether Goldby is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go ahead and I'll bring Urqopacha. I had a hard time playing FF games before 14 because turn-based. I feel that. I'm really not a big turn-based guy. 10 is the only one that I enjoy its turn-based mechanics because of the priority speed system. Means that there's at least 10 is one of the few turn-based games I actively enjoy. The others being like the Paper Mario games because you have the active like mechanics as part of them. But yeah, I mean if you have a hard time with that, 7 remake would be good. 13 would be good. 12 is not really turn-based technically. It's got the ATB system. 15 would be good. 16 would be good. Yeah, all those are good ones. But yeah, if you struggle with turn-based, it definitely decreases your options. Although if you're okay with ATB, which is the loading bar system, there are quite a few of those. Yeah, I played Pokemon in P5. Ironic. Okay. There is something to be said about playing certain types of games that may not be your favorite at a different point in life when you're less discerning, or also, just certain things catch you in specific ways, or whatever's slight unique about that, right? Like with Persona, it's technically turn-based, but you're thinking about the order of operations matters in a way that like old turn-based games didn't, right? You have business with me, sir. Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the Alpaca from his work? I mean, but it's not the ATB system, because you can sit there forever. The bars don't fill. There's not like, I mean, if you're saying it's the same because you could do the weight system, sure, I can kind of see that, yeah. But I would say that, like, to me, I'm assuming active mode. That's just positive. Yeah. Sure. The way I play ATB is, like, you don't pause and, like, you actually play in active mode and, like, you, like, have to do it in real time, but you're not wrong that you could forced to play it in wait mode and pausing in a way that like prevents it from. Yeah. Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice, I must warn you though. It doesn't come cheap. Oh, we don't have a pal, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's the top grade stuff like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for you. No deal, just like that. Still, I'd hate to send you on your way empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargain begins. Which of our cards do we want to play first? I wonder if I forget if you do the Hubigo, the kill the monsters first, or is that the last? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Well, what about drinking them under the table? I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I cannot hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as El Jefe. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like a maitre d', for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I was myself to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even when the added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. I wish they wouldn't give you the right answer in order. Should we offer to call the monsters, causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep the cards up our sleeve then when we need it. As I expect you are aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be prestigious affairs. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumor invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit I am still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and an opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok's Shusna. It would be such a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime to simply for want of proper garments. I love that they do make his garments like an off, like, I didn't notice this the first time, but they're supposed to be like unsaturated, like they've been like lost their hue. That is wood. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for the court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnock, and his works are highly regarded in Turialab. It's the little things. As a supporter of Urqopacha and a keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempering proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't these monsters of yours running amok in agave jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? Well, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in the saved expense and introduction to the trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes! I knew you were coming around. Give us a moment and Elio and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use this time to pen an introduction letter to Bolnock. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wanchupelo. Be safe! The Jatika Heartlands reminds me of the one scene with Titus and Yuno where Stekidane is playing. Yeah, that's Makalani. Yeah, except Mamelja don't have romance, but death and suffering. I mean, Spira is full of death and suffering. So, isn't boss cast bars and ability cast bars times are just ATB with extra steps? Yeah, I mean, I guess there's ATB without wait mode. I mean, they even look like ATB. Tales of Symphonia also had more engaging combat compared to FF, so I enjoyed it more back in the day. Yeah, Symphonia had, I would say, compared to a lot of the earlier... So that's 2001. So compared to 1 through 9 and arguably 10, I can understand preferring Symphonia's combat with the like more movement and dynamism. Yeah. I usually phrase it as I'm culturally aware of FF games and characters even though I haven't played it. Yeah, I think a lot of people are similar to that. We call that cultural osmosis, yeah. How many of you guys here have only played maybe none or one other like Final Fantasy game other than 14? Because the people here might be fewer, but I know quite a few people in the T community that is the case. That should be the agave jaws. Just over there, this will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. I had it for a second. I had her voice for a second. I lost it. Played about 6 hours of 15 and tried 16 demo. Okay. Easier to name the ones I haven't played, yeah. I played through 6 before 14, yep. Prickly Bar Fall. I know I'm not playing correctly. I need to actually sit down and practice the rotation before we get to work in Lodor. Luna, good to see you, glad to have you. I haven't played any other Final Fantasy, and yet you are so invested in 14. That's fast. Luna, do you have a background in other MMOs? I'm curious. Or do you just have a propensity to get deep dive and engage whenever you have something? I haven't played any minus the first chapter of 9. Sorry. Well, Rydia plays them for me, so I watch them like movies, so not really. I mean, it sort of counts. I mean, I started playing 14 being like the main one I've played. Do you really want to count Lightning's? No! It's not. It's called Lightning Return. It's not Lightning's Revenge. Fucking Final Fantasy 13 Lightning's Revenge. But then I played FF7 Remake and 16. Well, those count, yeah. Lightning's, and no, I do not count. See, even more so. I do not count Lightning's Return. I mean, look, if you've played Lightning Returns, that is a Final Fantasy game, but only in the loosest sense because it has the title. It literally was not even built as a Final Fantasy. Yeah. Lightning's Return is technically 13, but even then it's still not technically 13. It's technically, what, Valkyria Chronicles? Something like that? I forget. So, like, its base was originally supposed to be something completely different. I played like 20 minutes. It was so lost. Look, if you had played Final Fantasy 13 and 13-2 and then tried to play Lightning Returns, you would still have been so lost. I've said this before, but okay, should we create a funding goal to raise for the channel that if, like, I'll set up, like, the funding goal towards working for the statues, and if we raise money, I'll play Lightning Returns on stream. No, but Fabula Crystallis, yeah. I'm calling it Lightning's Revenge from now on. 13 kind of went off the rails in a lot of ways. I mean, 13 has a lot of pacing problems, but actually has a lot of interesting stuff that goes for it. But 13's a flawed game, but it has some really cool stuff going on with it. 13-2 is actually genuinely awesome. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Oh, that was it. I just need to do that again. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left to give Mablue in the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. I do have a background in MMOs, that's why I tried 14 in the first place. I played World of Warcraft for a long time and I've tried a bunch of different MMOs. Nice, okay. Were you as big a lorehound in WoW and Guild Wars 2, or Guild Wars 2, WoW and the other ones you played? I watched my boyfriend in high school play 10-2 and I was like, what, when I saw the combat? Yeah, 10-2's combat is rad. 10-2 as a story is basically good fan fiction, but 10-2's combat is rad. I would rather have funding goal to see you play Dirge of Cerberus on stream. I will absolutely do that. I genuinely enjoy. I have played Dirge of Cerberus just because I enjoy the combat before. I haven't done that in like 10 years, and maybe I've become more discerning, but I definitely will play Dirge of Cerberus on stream. That would definitely be one of the funding goals. Maybe we do it like, so what? I have the Omega statue coming. So we've got Shiva, Odin, Ultima. I think those are the 3 statues I'm missing. Mimi, good to see you, glad to have you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. So you played all. So you're really missing only 4, 6, 11. Nice. The question, Mimi, did you kind of like the fact that you hadn't played 4 going into Endwalker because of how much Endwalker is 4 referencing? I want you to stream it so naysayers who won't even try can see it has good points. It does have good points. Anyone who says Dirge of Cerberus has nothing good about it is full of it. My FC boss is a Final Fantasy fanatic. Most of what I know of FF, which I didn't experience myself from him, that's cool. 10-2 is more or less Final Fantasy Charlie's Angels, but without the explosions. It is that, but it's also more than that. Not by much, but it is definitely more than that. It's what would happen if you had someone write a fan fiction about Final Fantasy X where they were given only the prompt, the opening to Kingdom Hearts 1 and Charlie's Angels. I was active on SWTOR before I got into 14. I played a lot of SWTOR at launch. I haven't played it much since the years following. But Guild Wars 2 was one of my main MMOs for years and years. I left around after Path of Fire before the Ice Brood Saga, is that what it's called? Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. large stack of premium mate leaves you received in trade for fine hatchet instrument of labor worth 5 pellet in the thousands column. Oh, also guys, you know who's here today? Rachel is here, and my former partner, and she has Deadpool, so you guys might get to see him on stream. We'll see. Thank you for looking after our precious trade goods. So, the boy. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley. Here are the mate leaves and written introduction to Wolnock as agreed. Thank you, Infinite. The deal is done. Here is your jug of premium mezcal, each 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. It's so weird how they keep using 3 years as a metric. They use it in this. There's kind of illusions that 3 years ago is also when A Realm Reborn starts, which time-wise makes sense. We had always been saying between 2 and 4, so 3 years. Yes, we finally have mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablue. You were the one that inspired me to come this far. Third promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the settle in hand. Mablue, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be able to strike more deals with you. Premium deal. Yeah, honestly, 4 is probably, from a narrative standpoint, the second best of 1 through 6. 6 is probably the best narratively. I really like 5. I've grown to really adore 5 lately. But like, so 4 is if you are okay with playing old style combat, old style ATB combat in Final Fantasy games, if you either don't mind it or enjoy it, 4 is great. The only reason I would pseudo not recommend 4 to someone is that they just really hate turn-based and ATB. But even then, it's still pretty good for what it is. I just think all turn-based games should have some kind of active system. And by that, if for any of you who played like the Paper Mario or the Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga games, like the fact that you have like things that you can press right as you attack to do more damage or right as you're about to be hit to defend and stuff like that. I love that shit. Give me that shit. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pellet jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. Thank you. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Yeah, lore's my favorite part of the games. I was big into the WoW lore too, but you know, the story quality was kind of going downhill when I quit. Yeah, I'd been always kind of a little bit variable. But yeah, I was really into lore for World of Warcraft from, you know, technically in some sense not Warcraft. Like I was into the lore from the standpoint of vanilla to Wrath. So by dint of that, know a lot about Warcraft and its in the tragedies of Arthas and things like that. But yeah. Thanks for Lillian for Infinite for that. As much as I hate gotta buy the books, I've read so many Warcraft novels so enthralled by the Elflord series. Yeah, I think 14 for me strikes the right balance of the Encyclopedia Eorzeas that come out very rarely and are not necessary knowledge, and that the Chronicles of Light the short stories are all free. Other than the Hunt Begins and the Gosetsu one, but those have been transcribed onto Reddit anyways. Speaking of which, we need a Chronicles of Light Volume 2 so bad. But like, yeah, there's only, in 11 years of operation, the game only has, 3 books of lore? And they've started reprinting them too, so. Yeah, Superstar Battle Saga theme, yeah, 100%. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. High quality jug of mezcal you received in trade for premium mate leaves, an introductory letter and the swift culling of hostile pests, worth 10 pel in thousands column. Still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. We're at 5:30. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you've actually got your hands on a jug. But you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. No. Although I had sooner aid no claimant but Zralja, I cannot go against the guiding principle of the Pelu Pelu. A trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, third promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. That's an interesting point, Will. I mean, to be fair, the difference in size between the Encyclopedia and Eorzean didn't stop them. Your commission is ready. Catching the wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste the smooth mezcal already. Drunk Pelu Pelu. Sounds like a freaking time. Dude, a Pelu Pelu and a dwarf go drinking. This is why we need to connect. We did it! The settlers are ours! This is why we need to connect to the reflections of the source. We need the Pelu Pelu and the first to go drinking. To think that we started out with only a handful of Pel baskets of alpaca wool. Mablue, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We've got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Yeah, but Yoshi participates in organizing the content and layout of the books, right? He literally wouldn't have. Actually, Yoshi P doesn't. And they also specifically had Oda now in a position where that's his full-time gig, not the books alone. But that's one of the reasons that they made him a full-time lore master. Is so that he would be the one taking care of the Encyclopedia Eorzean and the Chronicles and that sort of stuff. He, like, advises the writers on that. That sounds like a joke intro. A Pelu Pelu and a dwarf walk into a bar. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know if the Chronicles of Light were a volunteering thing. The thing is that the Chronicles of Light is easier, right? Formatting that would be quite simple. There is the one difficulty of there's the piece of art for each of them, and that, so if assuming Chronicles Volume 2 is the same as Chronicles Volume 1. And Chronicles Volume 1 is pre-A Realm Reborn, A Realm Reborn, Dawn Trail, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and Stormblood content. So that's at least 3 expansions. So if the next one was Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and especially there's like 3 for Endwalker basically, then Chronicles of Light Volume 2 would make really good sense there. So they actually confirmed the timeline. It's been 3 years since they are. They have not confirmed Mimi. I will, actually, Luna, do you have any of the text bubbles that help confirm this? But there is a lot, there has been lots of evidence suggests it has been lots of 4 years, it has been more than 4 years and more than 2 for a while, or less than 4 years, but more than 2. And there is some conversation, I don't have in my notes where right now, and I will get them noted for the future, but there has been, there's an implication for multiple people that it has been 3 years since A Realm Reborn began, which also we know it's been about 6 months since, there's 6 months in between 6.1 and 6.0, roughly. I forget, that was confirmed in an interview, I believe. It's been roughly that. It was a recent-ish Yoshi P interview. So it's been about 3 years, is a good rough estimate, yeah. What's good drinking snack nibbles with mezcal? Chocolate. No, all the game's been in a time bubble since the game started. Well, so here's the thing. There are multiple people who make statements about time passing explicitly, but also if you ask someone how long, even if someone mentions how long it's been since the Calamity, someone will say 5 years. So kind of depends. The only thing we absolutely sure is that the end of A Realm Reborn was the start of year 1 of the 7th Astral Era, correct? And we also know that it is Eorzean growth spurts usually happen by the time they're at most 20, which means that the twins probably aren't 20. Whoever sees the twins have their growth spurt, Yoshi P's last comment on it is, we could do it, but we're so afraid of people thinking they look weird and it not feeling like the characters people know that they're like apprehensive to do it. Yeah. Another reason mine is so that Geralt, Grinnell, and Genrel of Rowena's, Moena's, and Rodina's in the same room. I expect at least one existential crisis to ensure for a very epic rager. The ultimate wife swap. Sorry about that. Forgive me. Let's tell them the good news. Tobly and Arenville have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight from my hand. I love how much excited Kryl is. I made the mistake of startling one and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble. I'm beginning to understand Urqopacha's aversion to the animals. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive. I mean, 16 is adulthood in a lot of societies. Like, I mean, it's neither here. I don't think it's that weird, particularly. You've acquired the saddle, then. Yes, thanks in no small part to Mablue. I feel like without this shot, this should have been voiced. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our Wildborn friends so you can practice. Yeah. I mean, to be frank, the fact that Elpis is pulled off as well as it is still astounding. I know. This is something I need to learn. Apparently, I just needed to talk in Arenville's voice again. The fucking music. Wasn't the first time that this was used was in the Binding Coils of Bahamut? Great sunken gods. I did it. I need to write down. I need to look up more. He hardly seemed bothered, but much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Urqopacha's touch. That is because of singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. Krista, good to glad to have you. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only noticing that now? Zeralja, he's back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such beasts. I've heard tales of such beasts. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence, deep in the valley where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of fierce promise exceeds yours, Urqopacha. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. It'll be one to find the golden city, and then Thrall can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exaltation from prolonged conflict, the wages of war, merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Turialal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony. And behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but opportunity. Thus do the resilient sons seek to provide education. It offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed approach for peacetime. "'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But saying we need to bring war to have peace so that people understand the value of peace is like saying let's fuck for the sake of abstinence. Like, look, yes, people's memories grow dim and people forget the horrors of it, and the younger generations need to learn the lesson. But just saying let's have a war every now and then so that we'll remember how bad it is, so we'll avoid it, is ass backwards. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. Let's grow hair to become bald, yeah. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The opposed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Galul Jaja did not elevate Mablue Jah, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Turiaral, but the star in its entirety. Okay, frickin' Xande 2.0. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. Ooh, what does it taste like? Oh god, no, Raven's getting to me. It does look delicious, I'll admit. I've never wanted to eat a jobstone particularly, but those... He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me, or even with Kona. It's like we're not even family. Calling him Xande 2.0 is wastedly underestimating the amount of Megalomaniacal in the universe. Yeah, you're not wrong. I was with Zeral just doing anything different. It's not. Yeah. Gold stakes. Yukio. I still get upset by this cutscene because of how Zeral... Yeah, pinning that... how Zeral thinks he could take the rest of the world if the Garleans failed. What makes think he could? Yeah, hubris. Yeah. Isn't Xande 2.0? Okay, you're kind of right. Xande is Xande 2.0. You're not wrong. The golden alpaca and the flesh, like a golden city. I thought them a children's tale. For those who don't understand why that, because Xande was a historical figure that then Amon brought back, basically recreated a body and then brought his soul back in order to inhabit it. So it's like Xande is also, the Xande we fight is Xande 2.0. Please do not eat stones. Please use the like button instead. Thank you. Xande's empire at least has the resources to take on the world. Tuliolal is a little more than a village compared to that. Yeah. Although we know that Cirilja knew about the letter and therefore knew about the nature of the Golden City a little bit, which means that he may be planning to take advantage of that, but even ahead of time, right? It'll be different because it's me doing the conquering. Yeah, exactly, Althea. Cirilja is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace, but should he achieve peace, what then? So much of our star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would be warlord would thrust us back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. What kind of idiot thinks he could be united with war? Even most Guardians have since realized that their conquest was a mistake. I'll ponder Cirilja and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the Feat of Gold. I have my saddle. I've practiced how to use it. So lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Urqopacha is in northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wulkuma off on her hunt. Weren't Alags trashed by literally Australians? Well, They were rebuffed by Australians and Australians on with dragons. To be fair, they were like if the Mericidians did not have the help of the Dawn and Duskworm of like Tiamat and Bahamut, I don't know that necessarily they would have been able to kick nearly as much ass. Do you think we still have Garleans stuck in the old ways? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, literally 6.4 is about that, right? Never underestimate Australian wildlife. So, Lil, are you looking forward to when we go to Mericidia, or you are like, oh no, man, I already live here. I don't want to. Being friends with a dragon is one way to repel an invasion. I would say, hey, foreshadowing even for Dawntrail, that being friends with a dragon is definitely a way to repel an invasion. Presumably the 4th Legion is still out there. The 4th Legion has somewhat disbanded in the wake of the destruction of their Volnane, and with Gabronth being dead. Some measure of them may still exist, but after Bosnia and Zadnor, I question how much. I'm actually keen to see how they do the cultural representation, yeah. I've never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. Hot damn. I wonder if we'll get to go... Like, because there's obviously Worker Lador here, but I wonder if there'll be a variant dungeon someday down here. That'd be a cool place. Orunaka is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. Zeralja may have caught his Alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Urqopacha is out of the running. She can do this. Mablue's right. The least we can do to Urqopacha is let Urqopacha now. We're cheering her on. You got this!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
The only way with any of this goes right.
Right. I'm off.
You have to do it together. Yeah, no, Gabronth is definitely not dead.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Urqopacha is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
I bet you Lorenz is going to be a part of the Cult Crescent. The Occult Crescent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature, and once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the rite of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City.
I just got a great theory.
Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
Okay. Okay, I think there's actually some more cutscene, but I have a theory on Erenville's accent.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobly and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Huzzah!
I did it.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Okay, hear me out. So what if Erenville's father was a Rava or a Vina from like the Skyday Mountain Range or the Goldmoor Jungle rather than a normal Shitona? I actually haven't looked into his fathership or if there's any reference or one thing that'd be cool is that it would make sense or one of those who ended up in Mericidia so that he might have ties to Mericidia so that if he comes with us for the next expansion or whenever we go to Mericidia, there could be quandaries and stuff that would go over there. It would also explain that because a lot of times young males are trained by their father at certain points in their lives before they're sent out on their own in those cultures. Not as much in the Shitona culture, it's a very different culture. But what that could mean is that Erenville's accent may come from his father. So I wanted this to be a solo duty as Pokemon. Oh, that would have been cool, Krista. But I kind of like the purpose of the point of like having a moment to like everyone talking together. Oh, the ship to Tuliolal, Erenville mentioned they never knew his father. How did I literally just play that and did I make a note about that? See, this is why I gotta play this third time and actually make notes for me rather than voicing things. Because when I voice things, I want to return time stuff, God slumbers in the trench, Dawn Trail, Withdrawal, Food, Shaloni. Yeah, I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Elliot was making bank. I also, I put that together. I will say that like I think That even, I think, would further support me. To be fair, if he takes off his father does not have to be a Viera. He doesn't have secondary characteristics of any other race, but, you know, usually your race is determined by your mother. I am so relieved the third promise came back to us safely. The alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Urqopacha still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get the pot brewing. Make you take your time. The tea will be ready when you arrive. Luna, out of curiosity, do you happen to have like a repository for your screenshots? As Mablue so wisely suggested, we shall not set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. And you just research and know them by heart. I need to spend more time just actually studying rather than, because you say you could probably use any program that can like search through pictures for wording. You could probably just search for keywords. Although I guess at that point you could also just search for keywords in T-Tools. Damn it, you're making money this stream. Did some stuff sell on the market board while I was looking away? What if his father is an Asian and that's why his eyes are closed? Australian Aboriginals get basically no exposure or portrayal to the world outside of Australia and very little in Australia to begin with, so it'd be nice to see the team that cares up about it. I grew up with a lot of their stories and tales due to family friends, and I was really hoping it gets represented in Maricidia. Because as we all know, that's where the real culture in Australia is anyways. What if you to assume you don't get a rare note for a hard fight in the future that says, oh no, he's really dead, Lamont? Can you tell? I'm still sore after the angle Blasé took with its resolution. Yeah, well, I'm sore about the way Blasé had resolves just about all of its stuff. I tried to organize the screenshots and folders, some of them aren't organized, yeah. But you at least remember the information well enough to know where to look, right? Which is a skill unto itself. I periodically back up my screenshots to my 10 terabyte hard disk. The folder is in 6 GB right now. Nice. If any of you guys are willing, maybe you should consider like sorting those together and like creating a repository for T people to be able to access publicly or something. I don't know. I know that I've got a NAS I'm going to be setting up that people will be able to, that should have all the footage for 14. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Urqopacha can't be far behind. Nice. Yeah, that is the way to save it. That's the way to save it, Danny. Speaking of money, do super chat. Make Elliot say weird things in a funny voice because it makes Deadpool happy. I don't know. Oh, that tea really hit the spot. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friend. Watching this one has taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, and their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. I know nothing of my father, not even his name. Okay. Was that in the dialogue, or is that like you have to? No, that he mentions that. I think I remember the angle of the shot. That is one of the shots. I'll come back, third promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoraja. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpaca are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Glul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Turiolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Okui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride the alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of foods and other tribute. Those were wretched days, to give grandfather to. Then along came the young Glul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by the imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yokui in stature and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. I love that you can see Kent and Ram. Got a Mablue, got a Hana, got a... I love how they keep covering her up. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Glul Jaja showed no such inclination. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cup of tea the métis we offered him, and grew somber when we learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Glul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu from the Yokui subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our rioters and proposed we take to the roads to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, bent on fostering enmity between clans. So it was that the few words from Glul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I never had heard the bond of Papa forged with the Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may know that Glul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for this to trek up the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. That feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. No, Mablue's right. You are a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your siblings could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Jolly Rancher. Five more to go. It's so funny to me how low resolution the actual tablet is. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We had been lost without you, Mablue. Thank you. I learned so much about the Pelu and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I wasn't comfortable around. I'm thankful to you as well, Buklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could even say. Tobly, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you have done for me, and I loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do, and I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parents, allow me to say one thing. I have always tried to give my words lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted them to be the only happiness you bring. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mab. It gladdens me to hear you found your calling, a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler. Sure of it. Oh, do explain, Ron. Thank you, Tobly. What did I tell you, Mablue? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to Yokui. They once ruled over far more than Urqopacha and the Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were overlords of Yaktaral and its people. During that era, the Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokui have to tell us? They may have not found anything, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's a value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing for asking the questions. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Kryle, I have a question I've been meaning to ask since we've finished with that feat. Where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Did you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yogg-Toral around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as charms for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey, the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Really, there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out, seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants. I'm curious to learn about it myself. Okay, yeah, it's coming back. Give it a second and I'll be back. That was really weird. It was just straight 0. It wasn't like my PC overheating. It wasn't... I don't know what it was. I'm gonna take a bite of the pizza though. I'm gonna give it a minute to make sure it gets recaptured up. Oh my god, I haven't eaten yet today. Maybe that's how it's meant to be seen, Lil. And yeah, we did complete the Hanu last stream, so we actually have 2 down, 5 to go. Okay. Oh, that was good. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. Even brought the golden alpaca to heal. But you heard Geralja's supporters talk. They might see an opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Terrifying, even. Whereas I've grown to love Urqopacha. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablue. Might be right. 1 pixel in the 10 column? And also, sorry, Lil, what was technically speaking, the tablet looking so large is an error. It has the same kind of bump mapping applied to it that they use for stone walls and floors, which doesn't behave well on small objects. Well, that would have... I mean, that would affect the texturing, right? The bump map should affect the texturing, but it shouldn't affect the resolution, right? I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against Geralja will not be easy. The Yokui once ruled the entirety of Yogg-Toral. Curious to see what has become of them. That makes 2 of 7 keystones. So far, so good. I never dared hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. It feels good to have the feat of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Geralja's and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me. And gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that all the people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move. Back to Jabal Vatia with us. The contest has hardly begun. Now with the solution, okay. So just when it gets scaled down, it starts having problems. I mean, technically, no, it doesn't actually affect the geometry per se, but the way it's rendered distorts it so much it looks like its model is crunchy. Yeah, okay. Has anybody played Doncho recently enough to tell me how much time we have until the dungeon? Like, I know we only have like one quest, but like, is it like an hour of cutscenes? Look at us. Hey, look at us. The contest has barely begun. We already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. 20 minutes at most? Okay, cool. Because we'll be calling it after we finish the dungeon. We've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reeds, the Feat of Gold, and surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Galul Jaja's journey presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the giants next. Like Kryl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean that they know something useful. The home of the Yokui is the upper reaches of Urqopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around. Urqopacha. This route will take us close to the Mablue village. Moblins! Which is another important location in the Tulioa saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to play them a visit while we're passing through. So we'll call on the Moblins first then. Let's head right there. Head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. Stairs are out. The flight of wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins, or see more of the city, whichever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination, yes? Of course. What do you take me for? And as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty bad when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropely, did I? He's a man in charge of what you makey, and a good person to know. Want to come along? What you makey? Let's go then. Until it's ready. Well, 7.1, we're at rank 6 in the Pelu, and it's still not ready, assuming the Pelu actually got it. But I really hope that the final for the Pelu reconstruction thing fixes the stairs. That'd be so cool. Ready? The markets of what you makey are the east side of the Bayside Bevy. If you were wondering if you will get to map in time, you probably will. Okay, maps in time. I may not be able to I may have to dip on maps, just because Deadpool's here. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely Tisol. If you're after the best tacos in Tulioral, this place sits at the top with the Zabal de Tia. Steve, they say that the third promise, but you'll only ever eat old Brooke Evu's food. Come, and buy mine for a change. Sorry, Tisol, it's been a while, hasn't it? I swear, I'll drop by for a bite once more the contest is over. I don't know if it'll be a society thing since they're a business and fixing the stairs feels like a government thing. I mean, I wouldn't put that as necessarily so different, but also aren't they all about, you know, it's travel and stuff and getting people to see new sites and go all over Tural. If they're a travel agency, they're going to need those stairs fixed in order for people to get into the different parts of the world, the Urqopacha and elsewhere. I mean, that's just my thought. My, third promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well, I met Ropely. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe. And I need a bow for nasty nick out of me axe. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Try to cleave your axe again out of me. Or something like that. Can you fix it? You stand among Tural's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask these questions. 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear it. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Did Ray join the chat again? Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Elio, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually. Thought he might have a reason to visit Watchamakey sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Brooke, humblest representative of the Grand Center of Trade. Pleasure to meet you, Elio. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Oh, it's the Elzen guy. I've seen that man before, somewhere before. He's Elzen we met on the boat. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Forgetane. Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can pick up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it. Why are you here? This is to say that we're no closer to solving the enigma. I wonder if I could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link pearl if you find him first. Not if it's a society thing, but their business, blah, blah, blah. I mean with the society quest plot. Yeah, I know, I'm saying that, I think with this, I'm talking about like, I think the society quest plot with the travel agency and stuff, that like, it could make sense. Oh, but they're already circumnavigating. Oh, I see. So sorry, I missed what you're saying. I don't know. It'll be they're already circumnavigating by going upstream the river. That's why they're on the river. Sure. Yep. Okay. Good point. As you can, I haven't played it. I've just only loosely like read about it and stuff. So yeah, no, good call. Alio's not beating the Irish Urqopacha allocations. I do love the idea of all of us, like, especially maybe for the final of Dawn Trail, all of us coming down here and sitting at the like seats in front of this. That'd be really cute. A bunch of tea people at the seats. That'd be really. My wayward son. Wait, what? Got him. You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait, we've been before, haven't we? On the ship. You found him. Good, I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You're too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolal, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Uldar, esteems aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. It is that you witnessed. I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. All right then. You offered a morsel, then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then you have experience with my predicament, of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers. Well, when you put it that way, Not me! I am Urqopacha, third promise of Turiolal. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course! You are a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your works against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? Can't measure your success by the worth of others. Or your worth by the success of others. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissioners will be forthcoming. Commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients. I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Okay, if the guy who did write the Weapons of Sorrows of Worldlit wrote also this, that person needs to check on that person to make sure they don't have some daddy problems. Because, or at least a dad who is also a famous writer or something. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you for both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important? And yes, this is the second time we've gotten Aetheryte, the first time being the Namazu. Oh, sorry, Elio. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. We're all too raw. No, I cannot help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. If only Azislaw got that treatment. Yeah, another Aetheryte in Lazislaw would have been rad. Infinite, you got our party of 3. And I will say, for the people who are joining, be ready to we're gonna go. We're gonna be chowing it down. Also, V, are you around? Is the boy around? It was kind of you to come, but you need worry. I found my courage. We'll see if we need another hand. Not yet? Okay. Cool. I accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fontaine, and I am a goldsmith from Ul'dah, a faraway Eorzean. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Whatchumakey-makey, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. Okay, yeah, I might take you then, V. So that is what this is about. You were looking for work. Ooh, you were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Whatchumakey-makey is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. You can start tomorrow. You'll have to ask Infinite. Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I do not know what it was that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had the moment of much-needed self-reflection. all need help sometimes. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of the High Tide Harbor. Oh my god, there is a fly here that will just not stop. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropely? Ready and waiting. Behold, the sublime touch of the what-you-makey-makey artisan. Oh, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if the doubt creeps back in. I'll be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head back to the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. Oh, right! I'm not gonna be a tank! Oh, man. Okay, y'all can fight over who's gonna be tanking. Ah, I miss tanking already! I love how much Viper's run is basically bordering on what if Naruto running, but with swords. All that is waiting was making me hungry, so I tried a taco from both Jabalvia's teas and Auntie's. I think I prefer Tisol's spicier flavors. I went to re-examine the Turiola saga. Should we continue apace, we shall soon come face to face, or rather face to knee, with those enormous Yokui. I am told some of them tower over even the hulking Guljaja. I wonder what Erenville's alternative means of travel is. I wandered through the Bayside markets and found earrings almost identical to mine. They indeed seem to be a common travel charm, just as Mablue described. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Why isn't this voiced? Look there. That is my big plan. What is that? It's a Puniti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. Minuity. How do we know she won't thrash up and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her a reason. First alpacas, now punitis. We're really relying on animals a lot on this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat? Well, I'll took you for someone who was up for a challenge. Was I wrong? Ugh. Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, and inhabitants of Kozumauka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use, which were all now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remained. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. Could you land in the mountains? You said borrowed one, yet there appear to be several in the water. Kona! Lamachi, traveling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does it mean you're to earn 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you managed to despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been a while. Well, not that long. Thancred, Eorzean, where are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I have heard much of the incomparable archons during my time at the studio. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Skylark, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must both proven survival skills and the mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology, which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. And knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tudialal spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve the peace? Where is our place if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urqopacha at times, but is surprisingly... That is quite enough. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Urqopacha are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean that you resolve to defeat all his opponents, including us? We've sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back. We expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. Even if you have been forced to travel on water, the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats. But I trust that the route Erenville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the Punity to me. Should other wildlife attack, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boats as possible. And then we shall remain on our deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville, just in case. I'd like to stay on deck. I'm eager to put my Pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take a chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Krile will stand on guard with Elio. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphinaud. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll stay out of your way. Then I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. And I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you are ready. Let the hunts begin. Ihui Katumu is now accessible. Yeah, one day I'll be able to say that word. Few scenes with Thancred and Urqopacha are voiced. They probably had them for fewer sessions because they're not fundamentally important, like main characters. We'll take the smaller boat to the boarding vessel with the Punity. Okay, can I get an invite? Sadly, I cannot give you the pizza, Raven. Yeah, Maro's magic is pretty good. Really, Infinite, you want to pass me a lead? Thank you, Infinite. Okay, Lim, Cafe, Des, let's fucking go. wonder how long it's going to take for us to get through the queue. Ujuki is now one, and her father has started a journey pointing the way. Mukulmat sets her sights on the Moblin settlement perched above the waterfall of Kozumauka. As misfortunes would have it, the wild storm which passed through the region has collapsed, the great stairs leading up to the cliffs, leading the resourceful Erenville to arrange an alternate route. A barge-like vessel pulled upriver by a massive yet gentle Punudi. Brace yourself to fight not only the current, but an abundance of fierce wildlife as you forge along Yok'Taral's mighty Ihui Katumu. Ihu Katumu. Ah! Tea pizza party? There's an idea. Oh, Blackfang, you're saying bless you every time I try to say the name. I was so confused. Like, did I forget that I sneezed? I'm not the tank I don't pull. I'm not the tank I don't pull. I'm not the tank I don't pull. That was a boat like ours up ahead. Could it be Zeralja? Or, oh god, Spukul Jaja. Forget who else is on the river right now. We have company. Yeah, I definitely need to practice playing Viper. I do love how Viper feels at least, though. Once I have the muscle memory for it, it's gonna be so fun. Went for some rain, it seems. That is Bakul Jaja. That is Bakul Jaja ahead of us. Be ready for anything. I knew it. Yes, come closer. We have something for you. Scottish Bakul Jaja? A gift courtesy of a blessed sibling. Queers. That's really appropriate. Right, I don't have to worry about having aggro. I don't know, it's probably... God, this is not going to land. We're just going to have to improvise. I think I've just been going too long today. That and I just can't do Spanish accents well at all. See you upriver if you make it that far. So, like, it's hard for, I think, because I just can't do Spanish accents. Crippling our boat was a cowardly move. Erenville, we're losing speed. Where did his boat go? Where did it go? The harness is broken. I'm sorry, but we're having to pull back. We won't be going anywhere until we can make repairs. See if there's a route overland. We'll try to catch up to you later. Panuni in the rock face? Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cool. There totally is. Brothers, look up there. It's rock in the rock face. It's a Puniti. Up in the top right. I gotta rework my keybinds. I feel like I should not have managed to dodge that as well as I did. It's a seal rock. Well played. Man, that's like me when I'm hungry. Hit by at least one thing, that's okay. Hey, got some boots. I actually do need the gear from this desk, so. Oh, the humanity. Why must you punish me so? Sorry, I'm having to be a little less entertaining because I actually don't have the muscle memory for Viper to be able to, like, just completely blow it off like I do with Paladin. What strange happenstance hath some misfortune befallen thy vessel? Apologies, friends. It seems to be taking the long way around. Which slime will I be? I'm blue! Dabba-dee-dabba-die! Giant gluey lollifels will never not be funny. Climb the ladder, now we go. Yo, look at him. Whoa, so that's what it's like not to be the one taking the tank buster. You know, for all the people say that Viper's easy, the thing that I think some people forget, don't appreciate about it is that if you press the wrong button, you fuck up your whole thing. And like, you can recover very easy, but like, you can constantly DPS loss yourself to an extreme. Beautiful. Hey, and pants. Boots and pants. Boots and pants and boots and pants. Patiently waiting for a featured class and an expansion to be a healer just to see how it will be for Elio. Yeah. I'll be surprised if they ever do it, but because they wanted to Also, you can see the Puniti. Look at the rainbow and the Puniti set. Beautiful. But because they want the Warrior of Light to be like the Vanguard, I'll be surprised if we ever get anything other than the Warrior of Light being a tank for a melee DPS. It doesn't help that there's never been an expansion where we didn't either have a tank or a melee DPS as one of the new jobs. Unless I'm forgetting something. I don't think I am. I do love that we have the Garou guys here. Yeah, but that's 1.0. 1.0 doesn't count. I'm cautious since Yoshi P's been in charge. This guy's actually an enemy from Final Fantasy IX. One of the earlier bosses, if I remember right. God, I love having so many dashes. You know, honestly, if you're someone who stresses out about playing in jobs, and I know I'm about to sound really silly here for a second, I honestly would recommend playing tanks over playing DPS. Because tanks, you're like really specifically incentivized to be paying attention to the enemies, and you have a very typically relatively simple rotation, and your mitigation is a tool. I think more people should play tank as they're like, people who are hesitant or worried should play tank. Or stressed about doing well. Especially because there's not too many tank mechanics early on in this game while you're still learning. I was hoping for Machinist. I was for Dawn Trail because that would have been like Cowboy and all that. Let's get him. Interesting. The Apollyon feeling on the beast strength, I don't know if it's intentional, but it kind of echoes forward. Whoops. I thought he was going to jump around. It's been a while since I did this one. It was all just for building the limit break bar. That's all it was really for. There is no death in Ba Sing Se. Only limit break gauge building. Yeah, this has specifically, I feel like has to be kind of getting to that idea of like beating up bestial strength. Oh, Tomberry, let me use the limit break. Let me use the limit break. Oh, I'm about to eat some shit. Oh, death 2. That's how not to limit break. I feel like I understand better how I want them now. Almost there. And clear. Good job, everybody. As this dash corpse enemy sprinting from displacement sees, yeah, the next enemy, yeah. Hell yeah, Pathmaker. What do you mean no minion on the first go around? Awesome. Yeah, I can get a real quick photo. We got time. That's a good photo. I'll throw that in Discord. Screenshots. Also, I know that we've got maps going on right now, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hop out of this and unless it gives me a cutscene. Fair warning, right now we're going to be running, starting at 7, which is now. Their maps will be running over in the Discord in... so if you guys, anybody wants to do maps and try to work on getting those rare weapons that are up right now, now's a great time to go do it. You can join at discord.gg/Eorzean Infinite, if you would like, if you could throw in the links. And Infinite, if you could do all the closing links as well. That would have been cool, Infinite. Yeah, they were a dual boss.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
Damn it. Those caravans you traversed were dug in by the Okui in their search for gold remnants. Oh, why does it have to be a river journey is almost over? For proof of that, you need to only look ahead. For proof of that, you only need to look ahead. Appreciate the lesson, oh wise guide. Are we landing this boat anytime soon? Our river journey is almost over. For the proof that you need to only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yeah, amazing. Now, please let me off. Of course, it was like the one time I'm looking. It was the one time. No. No more boats. Why is this not voiced? Are you... Oh, you're not all right. I should be surprised if she was, even without the nausea. We're all spent. There is a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who ascend the stairs. I suggest we make use. That would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk, Lukumla? We can rest along the way, too. Hey, V, are you around? No, you're doing maps right now. Damn it all! A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. Urqopacha. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine. Really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well, but might I say one thing? It's just because you're a promise or a claimant from the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone. But please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But, Ryle, leaning on others is a skill that leaders require too. You as well, Elio. I've always believed that this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. All right, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Okay, we're gonna call it there because we're already a little over time. I want to thank you all for hanging out today. It's been a lovely conversation today. We went far. Okay. Join us at our discord.gg/archives for community events, updates, and lots of lore discussion. Also join us on our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. And in case you haven't seen it yet, our latest short has come out. Have you ever wondered what Aether actually is? You can check it out there. More content to come. Obviously, I'm going to be off until Monday, but we will be back on Monday to continue on our journey. At current rate, we're probably looking we're dungeon 1. We're probably looking for Dawn Trail to be between about 14 and 20 parts. We'll see how it slows down or speeds up correspondingly. Okay, I'm going to head out for now. Actually, real quick, I don't know if V's around. I don't think the boy. I'm sorry. It looks like Deadpool hasn't arrived yet, so I would bring him on. I will make sure to send you guys a Rap God Elio. What's the? Do I know any rap songs? You can start doing Hamilton. But yeah. Anyways, that's not what we're here for right now. Okay, I'm gonna head out. This has been lovely, all. It's been really great to be back to streaming. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekends, and yeah, see you soon. Oh, don't forget to join us on the community Discord event. We've got maps going on right now. Cheers, everybody!